Hello, everybody. Oh, no. Minion's here. You know what that is? That's just way to apologize because he was just mean to me about 45 seconds ago.
It was pretty mean. Pretty good.
The worst part was it was a delayed reaction that Keegan pointed out. I was like, well, he can't surely be talking about me. Womp womp. Cool. Completed level 4. That's awesome. So at least 2 +4s going to the crew to start off the session after the train is done. So that's great news. Little announcement to make. I want to do this before we get we fire off the session, which we all know is opening with you guys making like stealth and whatnot and get ready to roll initiative to ambush the ambushers. So something really exciting, guys, to cover some upcoming trips and whatnot that are going to be happening. For instance, if y'all don't know, Wade is going on a small trip in a couple of weeks. So like to cover some upcoming trips, we're actually going to have a mini series happening over here on Lost Initiative. It's actually going to be a multi-session. We haven't fully figured out exactly how many sessions yet, but it's at least 3. It's a multi-session mini series that's going to happen. It's going to take place in Aurorum. It's going to take place in this world, this timeline, this everything. So it does have potentially direct, definitely indirect impacts to the campaign as it lives, as I used to always do. It's going to happen during the normal schedule. So the typical Wednesday, 8 to midnight EST time slot that we do. So that's going to take place just to cover so we're not missing sessions while trips or whatever are happening. And the exciting part is there's going to be a different DM. Who wants to say who the DM is?
We finally have a professional coming to help us.
Fuck off. Who wants to say who the DM is?
Not me, because I'll be the one leaving. Spoilers.
Jake, are you the DM?
Well, no, it's not me. I'm not DMing.
Well, we'd like to welcome Keegan to being a DM for this mini-series over here. So this is going to be lots of fun.
So
Nice
thankful
joke.
we finally get a good DM for when I'm gone. That's so thoughtful of you, Scott.
Listen.
And it's by process of elimination, which is how I really like to be selected. So, that
Like
worked
the
out.
Elementary school.
Jesus
what was it,
Christ.
Foursquare.
It wasn't by process of elimination. You weren't the 11th person.
I'm
that I talked
gone. Jake said no, and nobody else returned Scott's text. So Keegan got it.
Yeah.
That is categorically false. Keegan is the first person that I talked to about this. Thank you very much. So, we're going to have for the miniseries over here, we're going to have Keegan is going to be running it. He's going to be DMing. I'm going to be a PC, actually. So the PCs for the miniseries are Jake, of course. You can't get rid of him. He's been in literally every Aurora
Nearly every single one.
Every one of them. If you include crossovers, every one of them.
Not Thronekeeper.
You crossed over with Thronekeeper.
No, I didn't.
I'll find the VODs. Somebody find.
I don't know.
Steve, prove him wrong. Anyways, or maybe we just had a GIF of you the whole time.
Probably.
Maybe we just did that. Otherwise, so the PCs are going to be Jake because you can't get rid of Jake the Snake. It's going to be myself, and actually, we're going to have Tesh as one of our guests. So it's going to be super exciting, bringing back one of the original PCs to be a guest on it. So that's very exciting.
We decided that diversity was important, so we're getting another white guy, but with an accent.
Well, I mean, same accent as Jake, though. So
I thought Jake was from Florida.
Yes.
May
He
as
gives
well,
off those
may as well be.
Miami Beach vibes.
We actually also reached out to Neil, but Neil just said fuck off because we go live at 1 a.m. his time is what time we start the session. So he said no thank you in a very polite way. So more details are going to come about that probably next week.
Is one of you playing flute, dude?
Keegan is going to be getting together a couple of details to share with everybody. Nice. So I don't want to step on his toes and what it is he has planned or whatever. So I will have him, maybe spoiler or announce or tease or whatever it is next week. But just one more announcement before we jump into the session. in an attempt to not lose traction of the ongoing game, Wade has applied pressure for there to be additional sessions each month that we are not able to play because he does not want to miss out on his recurring series. So we actually will be having a makeup session in June to make up for the fact that we're missing one, and we'll do kind of like the same thing for July and so on and so forth. The one that's currently scheduled is scheduled for, and this is tentative, borderline confirmed, for June 28th. We should be going live that evening. We just haven't set what time it's going to happen and whatnot. So this series, while we'll be missing one in 2 weeks, it will have a makeup one at the end of the month, so you guys don't lose how much traction that's over here. And while that matters a little bit for you guys here on Twitch, everyone on YouTube is like, nah, I just watch it a week later anyways. It doesn't affect me. So yay. Cool. You guys want to add anything to this, or are we good with the announcement?
I want to add that you've actually been pretty good with the YouTube. So he's definitely pat yourself on the back there, Scott.
Yeah.
Very different from the Daelric days. Once every 6 months you get a dump, but yeah, well done.
Thanks, appreciate it. I try to stay on the comments too. I check the comments. I make it a routine to check it at least twice a day because I don't want them to feel like they're unloved, even though they are. You know what I mean? It's like I'm the step parent that married their other parent, and I
There's
want
a
them to
simple
feel like,
solution. Pin a comment, like just predict what they're going to say about the episode. Pin a comment addressing their grievances, and then they're like, "Oh, he knows, he cares," and then you don't have to worry about those little shits, and you can put the time where it really belongs in the world anvil.
You know, I support this. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Twitch is better anyways, Alchemic, because you get to actually interact with other people. On YouTube, the commenters, generally speaking, just assume each other doesn't exist and they're the only person sitting in that space. So, it's true. You are the only one in the comment section. We all love just you. And by that, I do mean Ray Sinclair. I think that's her username.
You know what Ray St. Clair can do for you? Take the old and make it new.
I'm pretty sure Ray Sinclair is the #1 commenter on YouTube with like a comment on almost every video posted. So like we're talking top tier commenter. So, and they play Sims. So let's give them some pity. I'd like to give them a moment.
This is good.
Is that the one who called you out for missing my birthday? Yes.
Probably. Yeah. Actually, I think probably. Actually, now I have to check the comments. I think I
So last time we left Leshev, traveled, talked to the guard in Forvin, whose name was Teacup Sally. What was her name? What was her name?
I'm fine to go with Teacup Sally.
Teacup Sally. We went to Westwood, met the most asshole fucking bartender of all time, who I like less than Beltran somehow. Then we got into a fight, went to the crack, and we're about to go to another fight. There you go. That's the recap.
I have no idea who Teacup Sally would even be.
You
Holy
honkers?
shit. Oh, Yahonka. Yeah, that lady.
Ma
That's the
Erla.
councilman. Oh shit, you're talking about the new captain. That's
Yeah, it's
Kiris Hallow. That's who it was.
Kiris Hallow is very close to Teacup Sally phonetically.
Yeah, if you use like I don't know, like the
I can't
like the
explain
Arabic
why
alphabet and then like compared to Cyrillic, you
Does
can
what
make
it does.
that argument.
okay.
I would have never gotten curious, but I would have sworn by Teacup Sally, even though I knew logically it couldn't be that.
I just want to be clear.
I don't mean to plug here, but somebody could join the Patreon and create a character called Teacup Sally, and then it will be in the world.
Imagine a whole like mafia, and like instead of Al Capone or whatever, we got Teacup Sally. Like leading it.
It's like instead of like,
Or, like,
the
Does
ASAP
sound like a
Kate.
goofy ass mob name though.
so instead of like ASAP Rocky and ASAP, Jay and ASAP Steve or whatever, you have like, Teacup Sally, Teacup
The
Rocky.
Kissin' Kate from Holes was also a silly name, but like everyone was terrified. Teacup Sally's like the one where if she brings out the tea set, you're fucking dying, so it's like terrifying. You do not want to be offered tea by Teacup Sally.
Oh no.
Look, y'all who are listening,
This sounds
is
like a
free
great
game.
rumor.
This is free game. All right, jump into the Patreon. You got some ammo here.
Not just ammo. You have sign off. Like if one of their characters joins us, an NPC for a cup of tea, and they end up getting poisoned, and they find out it's from the Teacup crew, they can't even be upset about it. You know,
The
like,
Teacup crew.
like it's just.
Oh, we can definitely be upset about it. That's just like being a player. You know, we just get to do that. We could ask for it and still get mad. That's just kind of like that's like our right. You know.
That's a
Yeah.
Could be one of
there.
the factions opposing Beltran too. You know, you never know where it could go.
The Tillermans, the Teacups.
We'll make a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio called Gangs of a Deer.
Oh, man. All right.
Get Daniel Day-Lewis to guest for the dumbest session of all time.
Does he even still act anymore? Isn't he like washed?
I don't know.
Washed up. That's unfair to say. Isn't he retired?
Like retired.
Yeah.
Probably.
Washed up's
That wouldn't-
inappropriate. He's too
Wouldn't
crazy.
surprise me.
I'd be like, I don't know.
You joined in on now on Lost Initiative.
So, your characters had left the Jarvis crack. Jesus Christ! Could somebody rename it, please?
No,
Please.
no.
God,
You
damn
have
it.
the power. We can't oppose Jake. I think we've seen this.
All right.
Mhm.
If somebody
He
in
doesn't
chat,
demand much. It's fair.
if somebody in chat is able to come up with a name that you get enough momentum behind you that the PCs actually start using the name, that we force even Jake to be like, okay, that's a good name. The crew should adopt this. I will give you, what would that be? Hold on, 10,000, 10,000 a net. Okay.
Jetta's big crack.
No. Okay.
You know
One that
what?
is not worse.
As a PC,
One
I
that
can behind this.
no, one that is not worse. Okay. We're talking about
Gerda's deep crack.
No,
we
no.
know. We've
One
done
that
this
is
before.
not worse.
Look at what you've done. You have
No.
done this.
Kraylin's pussy.
Jesus Christ, Joey. That's...
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Beltran's
Are
pussy.
you happy you turned to the internet now? Scott, are you happy you left it to chat?
Okay. Again, that doesn't make it worse.
You've heard of the fires of Mount Doom, but have you heard the waters of Kraylin's pussy?
I knew something was stupid was coming. I was like, I'm gonna stop chewing. Let me block my throat, my tongue. I'm not gonna choke on a gluten-free pancake for Wade. Like, oh man.
So there's some bad guys we're sneaking up on, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I
I
think that
suppose
was it.
last unimportant thing. If anybody here is ever going gluten-free or needs to avoid gluten, and you like baking or cooking, King Arthur's gluten-free flour is by far the best one I've used out of the dozen or so flours that we have tried the past 5 weeks. It is so good. Like shameless plug, not shameless plug. What is it? Free advertisement here. It is genuinely like everything that we've made with it so far has been like, actually, this is legitimately tasty. So if you need to be gluten-free, King Arthur's gluten-free flour is so good. All right, back to you guys. So yes, you had snuck over with the 5 NPCs that were kind of like selected by Leon and Edric to go with you. And you had kind of like about 50 feet or so away from where you think you saw like a break in the trees. You had chosen to, have them hang back a little bit and set up to move forward. What I'm going to have you do is, if y'all want to go ahead and roll me a stealth check, and then go ahead and roll me a perception check to get things fired off. We can get
What was
started
the
for you.
last stealth check we rolled?
That was actually that was about you sneaking up in your own camp, not about this one over here.
Okay.
Right? You recall that, right?
Yeah.
I believe you.
Yeah, we hadn't split off with the other ones yet, so of course.
I think if we climb this tree with the really skinny branches, we'll be able to get.
We rolled
without
a
anyone-
4 and 2 1s.
I mean, So y'all have some dice that were given to you. I don't know if you
They still have to roll high enough on perception to beat those.
that
we
is
can luck those.
you can luck, and what Wade just said is technically true. They do technically have to do that. How y'all feeling about this?
Man, what's a 7 gonna do for me that a 6 won't do?
Be slightly harder to beat.
If
I
I
guess.
find out you roll 5 perceptions and don't beat us, or you don't beat a 7, I'll be very sad. I didn't
Anybody
luck it.
redeem luck at all this session so far? Let's see. It looks
Somebody
like
just
1,
redeemed something. I didn't see what.
2, 3. Yep, 3. I just had to go back and make sure I put them in there.
That's bad.
Oh.
Hey, are we in a rocky or hilly area?
That's a great question. You're inside a forested area. There are a bunch of rocks about, but I wouldn't necessarily call it rocky. You're inside the forest that's over here. You know what I mean?
A hilly forest.
Oh, you know what? Is it hilly? Is hilly one of it? You know, Wade, I will actually give you the +1 for that. That is, and you know, it actually does
7.
apply here. I will be that nice.
Thank you. I will take it. I have.
Don't thank me.
roll of a
Thank
7.
Keegan. He's the one that asked.
Thank you, Keegan.
You should probably roll luck.
Me?
That means you're at a 7. I'm at a 6.
Yeah, but if what's me being stealthy gonna do if they see you anyway?
They'll be
That
distracted.
doesn't-
I wouldn't,
that doesn't
I wouldn't
mean that-
waste it.
That
On
doesn't mean they
low
automatically
overall.
see you. Oh, yeah, you're the stealth expert. So yeah, well, I guess we'll be at a 6 and a 7. Koa, I think I rolled a 1. Did you hear me? A 1.
Crunch. No, did you hear me?
What? I rolled a 1.
Listen, I learned to play the drums on this hollow log. I also brought the saxophone from the crack.
You had
Oh.
sex with a phone?
What? No.
Desperate times. What's a phone, Precious?
Okay. So you guys are just gonna suffer through your numbers there.
I mean,
think
what the best we can do is a 10, and you're rolling probably 5 perceptions. I don't know. I feel like the odds are against us.
That's
Or
fine. Let me go
3
ahead.
or 4, yeah.
And that was your stealth. And go ahead and roll your perception checks for me. Though obviously it's probably not going to matter that much.
Can't be worse than what I rolled before.
At least you guys are going to distract. So, you know, maybe Aldo doesn't get noticed. You know what I mean? That should be good news, right? Right?
Like polar fucking opposites here. Why do we keep rolling the same number?
Jake rolled a 4, then a 3. We rolled ones. I got a 13 this time. At
Oh,
least
I rolled a
was one-
12. Yeah,
Oh man.
this is going well.
Okay. Cool.
It's one of
So
those
with
nights,
your
isn't it?
anybody want to modify their perception checks? Are you happy with it before I start describing?
You guys want one of us to break a 20? I don't know. This isn't like we're looking for stuff in a keep. This is just a fight, right?
Yeah.
So,
I think I'm good with a 19.
same.
Okay. Then I will leave it at that. And let me just so the cool thing about Pathfinder is even if you roll a shitty stealth check, technically speaking, every 10 feet you are from your target, they get a -1 to their perception. So whereas you've got 6 and 7, if you're say 50 feet away from them, that's effectively a 5 higher, which is a nice little factor, right? And so I'm going to go ahead and roll my perception checks.
What are the odds of 5 ones in a roll, Chet? Roll? 5 ones in a row, Chet.
It doesn't have to be
120.
once because like it's not that they have crazy high modifiers, right? Like these
Yeah,
are just
I just want it
NPCs,
to
so
be
even
true.
if they have a +2, you know.
Would be nice.
I guess.
But I think we
it's
were-
the fifth.
We were pretty sure it was like 3 or 4 that we'd likely encounter.
5. I think we knew the number was 5.
5 total, but like
One
one,
was
or 2 of
separated.
them will not be. Yeah, would not be like in the main area.
Okay, so I mean, so close. Had you rolled 8s, you would have beaten all 3, but unfortunately, not for the ones that I was rolling against. As you guys are you know, kind of like making your way along, sneaking along, with your perception checks, so just making sure you got this. As you guys are sneaking your way along, you're looking out to see, you know, what, my apologies. Let me take this back a step, get myself into the mindset. You guys had snuck up towards the area where you believe the camp to be. It's not like you had a specific spot where you knew the camp was. You weren't given that kind of finite detail. They didn't have that kind of finite detail. But you know the region well enough from having traveled through here several times that, you had a bit of a hunch. And this was the very high survival check that you had rolled last session. You had a pretty strong hunch as to what region it might be in, an area that might be a decent ambush spot, because there's a bit of terrain that could be used against you or so on, just like that midway point kind of area where you anticipated it being. It's around when you get close to the first spot like this that you broke off with the crew and you went and investigated it, and it wasn't there. So you went into the next location where you believed it to be, and again, you brought the crew up with you, and then you broke off from them, and then you started moving forward yourself. Once you got about 50 feet or so away from the crew, that's where you started rolling your dice and continuing to move from there. So assuming that you move at about half speed, Koa, you're about 5 feet ahead of your friends, which makes sense for how it is that you generally would move, and everybody else is there. So at half speed, assume that the crew, the 5 people you brought with you, when you are kind of starting off the scenario, assume they are 65 feet behind two of you, 70 feet behind Wade, because you left them 50 and then rolled dice, just so you have that in your mind. Okay, cool. As you're making your way moving up, you actually do notice that there is some movement happening up ahead. Oh, no, it's a squirrel. No, I swear I hear a voice. And so because you're interested in kind of hearing what's being said, confirming that there's people over there, unfortunately, you weren't really paying attention to where your feet were falling, whether it be crunching of leaves or the breaking of twigs or ruffling of bush or whatever it might be. Your characters did make a bit too much noise going over. So just as you see two figures coming into sight on the, hard to notice because there's a fallen tree that they happen to be standing next to. Imagine if the tree fell. It fell in the direction of where your characters are, but not directly towards your characters. So a good portion of the canopy of the tree, now lying on the ground, is causing a considerable amount of concealment or cover from where you are and where they are. But you can hear the voices with your perception checks and see just enough movement that you're pretty positive that's where they are on the other side. And your noises, unfortunately, guts one of them to be like, hey, did you hear something? And that's what you kind of heard, not necessarily a hey, did you hear something, but you heard like a hey, and then they got very quiet from how they were before, giving both Koa and Kiken the perception. Sorry, I should say Koa and Mikhail the anticipation that they have been heard, knowing that they themselves are the loud ones. Aldo, who is more kind of sucking his teeth, frustrated with how loud the two of the people he's with are, is did not notice them because it's just too loud over the sound of the crunching leaves and the breaking branches. So as we fall into this, and I am going to go ahead and drop us into initiative, I am first going to bring everybody over to Scott made a map combat thing. Whoa, it's Christmas. And as we move over to this, I do want to point out that you guys did get from Giselle. Kiken, you got 8 of the Martyr, and Incompetent Ranger gave you guys all Blessings of Vroga. So you have a pretty big boost here. Let me do 8 of the Martyr for Kiken. It's this one. And don't forget your Blessings of Vroga as you do your first round. But first, let's go ahead and roll for initiative. Let's go ahead and use you and you.
Since when do you show us your initiative rolls?
It depends on if I use a macro because we're not using tokens, or if there's a map out. Yeah. So just depends on what workflow.
I guess that puts it in the turn order, which makes it easier for you too. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and then I just gotta do one more thing. Real quick. Cool.
I'm guessing since we were trying to be stealthy, I don't have Nightstorm. I'm guessing I left Nightstorm back. Makes sense for stealthing.
Correct. Yes. That would just make the most sense, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Cool. All right. Any other last second questions before we get into? Let me make sure the map can be seen better by the viewers. Any other last second questions before we get into initiative? No? Awesome. Aldo has the higher dexterity, so he will be the one that goes first. And
I'm going to delay till after Koa.
Sure, yeah. No, that's perfectly fine. And that means you're forevermore going to be after Koa for this combat. And Keegan, you have a higher dexterity than that thug. So you
Sweet.
will you'll go ahead of them.
I thought
so
PCs always broke ties. Is it still dexterity with? in
it's
Pathfinder?
dexterity and PCs break proper ties.
Yeah.
I think it's also level first before Dex even.
That's not a Pathfinder thing. That might be a you thing, which, you know, you'll be able to run that ship on the 18th.
Cool.
Cool. All right, Wade, you're first, sir. So you actually can see right here. Now, I do want to point out that because you won't be able to charge because you're standing inside of rough terrain, with you being inside of the trees as they stand right here. So you go. So this is rough terrain while you're inside the trees. And then you can imagine this is the canopy that I was mentioning from the fallen tree. That makes it so you can't even get a clean sight through here. But you do see like a bit of movement or heard voices from the other side before. Well enough that I'm not going to go ahead and use dynamic lighting on this map. And you're good to go from there. Feel free to take over, Wade.
Okay.
Roga.
Did they make any signs that they like? Do we know that they heard us at all? They moved, or was
You
there
heard like
something
a hey to get attention, probably like amongst each other, and they got real quiet.
I would probably just take the speed. So if I double move, does that increase my speed twofold? Does that apply twice if you double move?
Yeah. Your actual
Yeah.
movement speed is increased by 20. So if you double move, it's increased by 40. Don't forget during rough terrain, you move at half speed.
Yeah.
So your speed
Well,
right
I've
now
got a
is
long
60.
way to go. Yeah. So if I get out to the field, do I get out of the rough terrain?
Yeah, so it would take you 20 feet to get to here, and that would eat up or actually let's say you went this way. Yeah, so either way, 20 feet. Yeah, so it's just gonna eat up 40 feet of your 60 feet of movements to get out to the safe spots here. This one would take that's rough. Yeah. That's the shortest way, but I don't know how much it's worth it because then you have to loop back the other direction anyways.
Is there any way I get behind this rock over on the right?
Can you ping it for me? Yeah, you can. If you went directly that direction, is this not doing the? Oh, damn it! Hold on, the map might not be updating. It's not using the Pathfinder. Hold on, update. And now let's see if the math is done right. Okay, now it's doing it correctly. So if you went this direction, that's 25 feet. That's actually 50 feet of movement, and then you would have to, you'd have to double move to get all the way over there, Wade. Yeah, because that's
Well, I only got
70.
60, so I'd still be short, wouldn't I?
So this is 40 feet of movement for you to get here, but you have 60, so you can go 20 more after that, which would get you to, here-ish. This is, again, that's 50 feet, so you can get 10 feet from there, which should be just there or over here,
Okay.
And that's just with a single move. You can double move to get significantly more.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get as far as I can. My goal is to try to get behind that rock, assuming that there's archer. The last time they all had bows, so I'm assuming that there's archers. So I want to try to stay in some kind of cover if I can.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna try to get behind that rock, even if it's like to the left of it, where those two guys can see me. Maybe it protects me from somewhere else. So
Did you want to try to use this rock instead, or do you want to go this one because it gets you a better setup for melee?
the one to the right.
Okay. Cool. So 50 feet gets you to here if you want to do that first.
Okay, and that's better than going up 3 squares.
If you go here, that's 40 feet, and then you can move
then-
another 20.
Yeah, I guess I'll go
which-
diagonally. That makes more sense.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
actually this
okay,
one ends up being
so
better. So 50
over
feet gets you
here.
there. And
I
then
got
with your
10
last
more.
10 feet of movement, you can go. That's 15. So you go here.
Not bad.
Yep, that works out mathematically. So yeah, you're good. So you go that direction. That's a single move for you. You still have your standard action.
Oh, that was a single move.
Mm-hmm.
Because of Roga. Because of Incompetent Ranger.
Okay.
Moonstalker, he rolled a 3, so he can get 3 or lower. He chose increased speed.
Yeah, I want to get as close to these guys as possible.
Mhm.
I might have changed my strategy if I knew that was only half the move. I plan on double moving. Maybe can I get actually over here?
Oh, I reiterated a couple of times, but
I know my brain just was not clicking with it.
if you wanted to go, let's say that's 50 feet of movement. That would be your 60 feet would get you to there, right? And then 70, 75, and then this is rough terrain again. 85 would get you to right next to them. Or right next to this first one, at least. If you want to, if you want to try to get
I'm
it,
just debating if I want to be in melee with them right away.
You could potentially be like in melee against both of them.
Just give them a free flank. That would be so nice of me.
I mean, it would take them. It would remove the ranged option. You have cover for your friends.
Can I? Well, I can't see over the canopy what weaponry they're using, right? Because I can barely even tell that they're there.
Exactly. If you did stop where you are right now, like let's say you did actually take that path, that is a clear enough path. I would let you see things. But if you're changing the path that you went originally, I can't do that. But here you have a clear enough path to see what they're doing if you went this way.
Well, even if I stopped right here and then I move again, I can actually get in melee range of this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
This is 25 feet. And then...
Okay, let me go this way like I'm going to go behind the rock.
Yep.
I'll even move up one more. So I'm going to double move no matter what I'm double moving. From here, can I see what weaponry they have?
Absolutely. Roll me a perception to get finer detail. But, okay, so some basic. So, you can see that each one of them definitely has a sword at their side. If they have a bow, it's not immediately on their person, like slung over their shoulder, whatever it is. It might be like on the grounds nearby or whatever it is. So the fact that they have a sword or maybe an axe at their hip, the fact that they have that is just because it's easy to carry around on them. But they're in their camp and they don't believe that they're getting ready for their ambush. So having a bow, you don't want to walk around with that everywhere you go. It might just be on the ground nearby. You do not see it immediately on their person. But they also don't have any weapons drawn. They have no shields drawn. They're not prepared for combat right now.
Okay, what's all around that guy? Is that rocks? Or like...
yeah, that's rubble. So you'll be moving at half speed through this rubble. Mm-hmm. But that means it would apply to them too.
Okay.
Let me move up for the chat.
Then I will move. That was 5, 10, 15, 20. 25, I think, gets me to here. Well, 30, I guess, because that's rough terrain. So I'll go ahead and get into that spot, and I'll just be in melee with that guy.
Cool. Sounds great.
Did you already draw a weapon?
As part of his
movement. I assumed that was, I assumed we were coming in with one. Yeah. I'm using the club, not my sword, because our goal, I think, is to get more prisoners out of this.
Okay.
Cool. Did you guys ever decide who's using the... sorry, wait, go ahead.
No, just letting y'all know ahead of time that I have the club, not the sword out.
Y'all ever decide who's getting like the boots and who's getting like the vest, like the straps?
I don't think we fully did, because I don't know if we remember what the cloak or the boots do.
Yeah, we never learned what the cloak does. I don't remember what the boots do. The harness thingamajig makes sense for Koa, but...
What do y'all wrote down what the boots did?
I didn't, because I remember being like, oh, Mikhail's probably not going to take them.
I wrote down boots twice without writing any description somehow.
Wow.
Were they actually magical?
No.
I don't remember them being magic.
It was like a bonus to like
they were nice.
For like forced march and stuff like
That's that. Right.
No.
They were like extra comfortable.
Yeah. I'll have to go and look up where I have that so I can give it for you afterwards. But I said it multiple times. It's your fault. All right, so
disagree.
I honestly thought Jake wrote it down, so we'll say it's Jake's fault. Okay, so after Koa's turn, because that was your whole turn, do you say or do anything else? Do you have a swift action ability, anything like that? Or are you good?
Yeah, I could swift action. It's swift to rage, right? But
no, free.
It's
rage.
Free.
Free.
I guess I don't know. I don't know if it makes a difference to rage right now. It increases my stats a little bit, right? So maybe I
increases
go
your strength and con, but it reduces your AC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't rage until you're hit.
Okay, then I'll hold off.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Then after you is going to be Aldo. Aldo.
All right.
I mean, your character doesn't know this, but he can kind of assume he wasn't noticed, unlike the others.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, that's cool.
That's really nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if you're going to be using it, but yeah.
No, unfortunately, I'm not. I'm just be using a speed.
You normally can't
Unless
even do that with a
you-
crossbow, but because of your trait, you can
Yeah.
actually do that if you've prepared
Yeah.
your turn well enough.
If you
Yeah.
climbed up on like the rocks or the trees near you, could you maybe get a shot? Because there are some big rocks like right on your left. It looks like.
There are larger
Mm.
rocks that are there, and it would get him higher ground, but that doesn't necessarily mean a clean shot to the people. He wouldn't be able to tell until he got up there and looked.
Yeah.
But that is something that you can make a climb check to get up, and it's not a crazy high DC. It's probably like a 10 to 12.
Hmm. I think I'm actually gonna try and make it to. How I want to still stay in cover. Because we would. There should be another 2, if not 3 around. So I'm gonna move. Is that 30? Because it's doubled.
Correct. It is doubled. If you're stealthing, it's quadrupled.
Yeah. Okay.
But no. That's not how math works. When you double, it's triple.
Okay. So that's 45 feet of movement. 45. Can I get to like? How big are these rocks here?
Ping.
You did. The ones on the left.
Okay, I
big
see it
ones on
now.
the right.
Yeah, those are definitely tall enough that you went over there and took a knee. You would have like a 3/4 cover or whatever it's called, or approved cover. I can't remember the terminologies. You would definitely have good cover, and you can also be used for continuing to stealth if you hadn't already been noticed.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try and make it as close as I can to there. I suppose.
So you took the
Still
increased
stealthy.
speed, and you're going to double move.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you started here and you went up to here, which is 45 feet because, triple
Yeah.
movement or whatever. Stepping out to here. So going this way. So that's going to be 45, 50. Yeah. Okay, just making sure I'm not screwing this up. So 45 to here is another 30. But because you're stealthing, it's half speed. So that counts as 60. 60 plus 45 is 105. And your speed with the increase in speed is 50 times 2. So you have to fall 5 feet short. So let's see if we can make this work for you. Because that's, again, 30. And that's, so you need to go here could work. Your speed can get you to here.
Yeah, that's fine because it's right where there seems to be some tree cover there, like on the other side anyway. So
Sure,
you
yeah.
can imagine Aldo runs as long as it just stays low.
Yep.
So that he'll stop there.
Cool. And that gets you 50 and 45 is 95 feet. Well, you know what's funny? Actually, that might work for you because that's 30 plus 25. Sorry, that's 60 plus 20. Am I doing my math crazy? That's 45 plus 25 is 50. Why am I confusing myself? Oh, because you're moving at half speed. I keep confusing myself because you're moving at half
he's
speed.
stealthing.
I was like, why does he have 5 more feet left? That's crazy. And it's literally because he's stealthing. I just keep confusing myself because that math. All right. And that's all you can do. You have no other abilities. That was your move action and your standard action. You gonna do anything with your swift, sir? Or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you, sir. That gives us to the next person in initiative, which Wade is the guy that actually happens to be directly in front of you. He is now no longer flat-footed, and he's going to turn to you as all of a sudden like they were there. That's actually not the one that had heard you coming. So he's kind of like, his friend's like, I thought I heard something. He's like, no, I'm sure it's. And all of a sudden you're like, doof, 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 and he's like, oh shit! And he's like fumbling to grab his weapon from his side, which his weapon happens to be an axe that's like looped around his belt. And so he's like fumbling to grab it, and as he goes to pull it out, because you just scared the shit out of him, he almost drops it on the ground, but he's barely able to catch it, and then he's just gonna take a wild swing at you, trying to catch you with the attack, because you just scare the shit out of him out of nowhere. Did I roll decent? Ooh, actually, I did. I believe a 14 hits you.
Yeah,
Yes.
it does.
All right. And because it's a battle axe, that's an axe.
1d4 minus 3?
No, it's a d8 plus their strength and a half damage, which is Ooh, I rolled max. So you take 8 because I have no strength. -1 for your DR. You take 7 points of damage. So you catch the guy off guard as you're like running up. He's like, oh shit! He fumbles and he gets the thing, and he like wildly swings at you. It's not even like it's not even that his attack had a lot of skill to it, whatever it was. It's just as he takes this wild swing at you, it was so wild. It's like your character. It's like when you play chess against somebody that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, and so it confuses you for a minute. Like your character is like literally just like didn't know how to move. And so as you yourself are almost like trying to scramble to the side because the attack seems so wild, you put your foot on a loose rock that slipped beneath you. You lost your own footing, and he was able to clip you with the attack. The attack ends up cutting into your armor and landing a blow that even draws a little bit of blood from you. Koa felt that one. It was more of like a flat side of the blade attack, or was it more of a heavy thud to your character? But a little bit of a blade nicked you and even caused a draw of blood. Ouch.
That was a draw of blood.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to assume every attack roll does like damage that takes weeks to heal, right? All right. So that is going to bring us to the next character in initiative, which is the one that y'all hadn't seen yet. So change layer to
what? I rolled a 10.
Yep. Your 10 did not notice them because remember, you also take a -1 for every 10 feet that you. So this character is now next up, and he is going to. He has a bow. He's going to take a shot, and unfortunately, fortunately for Jaaek, he rolled a really high stealth check that I was not able to beat with my perception. And so even though he broke from tree cover over to here, this other character, which happens to be up here,
what the hell is that?
wasn't able to see. So he does not see Jaaek, and he's going to take an attack at Koa. But his friend is in melee. Why are you guys saying what the hell is that? What are you talking about?
Because they've found a way to cover the screen in dogs and dragons.
Yeah.
There's some kind of weird combo thing Twitch has that apparently is new. Where
yeah.
Okay. Yay, dogs and dragons. I don't know what combo level 7 achieve means, but you guys are great.
I think
Good
that
job.
means we get 2 7 dice, right? 2 plus
No.
7? Oh, okay.
No. I'm gonna make my attack roll. Unfortunately, I take a -4, and Wade, because you're engaged in melee, I take a -4. My higher ground gives me a +1, and the person that you're with, I can actually attack you without them providing you cover. So more or less, I get a -3 to my attack roll.
Okay.
I do not have precise shot. So I rolled a natural 12. That gets me the total of an 11. An 11 does an 11 hit you? Oh, sorry. Does that get me a total of a? Sorry. Yeah, it gives you a total of 11. Does an 11 hit you? Sorry.
That's rare.
Yeah.
It's rare that
Does
I
an
don't
11
get
hit you if you rage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, nice.
Yep.
That's work on the not raging.
Oh, all right. Note to self.
We're
Convince
always
Faith to
like
rage.
AC 16 to 20 enemies, and we're like, oh man. And then Scott goes to hit us. And I think our highest AC is like a 13 or something.
What
It's
do you
like,
mean AC 16 to 20 enemies? Most of them have like 11s.
there's been a couple.
There may have been a couple, but most of them are like
Yeah.
11s.
None of us have that high.
Is it 11?
No, it was a 16.
Oh, yeah, not even close.
Teacup
dude.
Sally here walking around in full plate.
All right, Mikhail, it's your turn.
We gotta recruit them. All right.
Teacup
I
pattern on the
can-
middle.
I can see all of these things, but not like clear, right?
Roll me.
People.
What was your previous perception check? Was it a 19?
Mm,
So with your
19,
previous
yeah.
perception check being a 19, which is solid roll, you noticed that an arrow had shot from this area over here. But the simple fact of the matter is that you have so much tree cover between you and this is here and that where they are over here. You are not able to pinpoint their location the way that both Aldo and Koa were. So you cannot pinpoint this person's location. But again, these people, you can see the movement, but there's concealment because of the bushes here, which you know the difference between cover and concealment. So
Correct. Yeah. Okay. Thankfully, I do not care about concealment because I'm going to cast sleep
Okay.
on this guy.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Starting there.
Will that hit both, or would that hit?
It's 10 feet, so it should hit both.
That actually could potentially hit you as well, but he's hoping that they eat up enough of the HT that it doesn't hurt you. You're level 3?
Yeah.
Oh, then it can't hurt you. So the way that it works, Wade, is he does 4 HT, and so every person he hits, whether or not it succeeds, it eats up some of the HT of effect. And so since you're 3 HT, it could be one of them and you, assuming they're only 1 HT creatures. So if he hits 2 of them, there's only 2 left over. You're too powerful for it to work, right?
Woohoo!
And if they're 2 HT creatures, then they ate it all up together. You're too powerful for it to work.
Cast it at level 6. Make sure it hits.
Make sure it hits.
I
Koa.
wish.
Cool. Let me make my fortitude save. Sorry, will save. Sorry. That's a fail, and that's a succeed. Okay, so the one that's over here, the one that has not acted yet, the one that noticed you originally, that person fails their check. And so when you cast the spell, when you notice like some shit going on, you're like, fuck, you get your foot like kicks a branch, or you're deciding, I just need to act from here. And you cast your spell all the way across that range. That person does pass out immediately, which is great. He's kind of like, ugh, as they're trying to draw their sword. The one that's directly in front of Koa, they're so elated, so in the moment, like they have so much endorphins pumping right now, and what's the word I'm looking for? Adrenaline pumping from Wade charging at them and then hitting him with the axe, that unfortunately your spell does not affect them. They're too alert. But at least they've already gone. And because you cast that spell, the person that's up here who does have higher grounds knows that something happened where you are, but similarly probably can't pinpoint where you are, but now knows for a fact that you're there. Just like you know for a fact that they are. Cool. What are you going to do with your turn?
From here, is this a tree that I'm next to?
Yeah. That's, they're all trees and bushes and whatnot, but that's a taller tree.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of if I stay somewhere in this vicinity, I want to keep cover from that guy. So if I move over here, I think I can make it there. Yeah.
If you're not stealthing,
not quite.
15 feet.
So here.
Oh, did you roll your?
Oh, you're right. I didn't. What was it? Vroga?
Yeah.
Boom.
Well, now you got extra movement.
Okay.
Now I have extra movement. So if I move over here, will I be able to keep some kind of cover from that guy shooting?
Yes. Well, concealment or more likely, but yes.
Yeah, whatever, that'll do. I'll just move over there.
Concealment, just so chat knows, cover gives you AC. Concealment gives you where you
cover gives AC. Concealment gives
a percentage.
I was one
mischance.
after that.
Yeah. And I personally like to let the PCs roll the percentage mischance because it's fun to. I'll be like, it's one of those oh, you attacked, oh, you critical hit, roll your concealment, oh, you missed. Cool. That is your turn unless you're doing anything with your swift.
Nope.
Cool. That is everything. Now it's the thug that's sleeping. They are in fact sleeping, so they're not going to do anything. And now it is Koa's turn.
Me. I swing big club.
Go right ahead, big club swinging man.
And if I want to try to knock him out, I take a -4. Is that right?
-4 to your attack roll to knock him out. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You were not flanking with his unconscious friend.
Unless.
He has a really good dream, and his friend is now threatened.
I will say he
Well,
did
flanking.
swing a big thing at me that hurt me. Do I try to just take him out, or do I try to knock him out? Koa would try to knock him out, even though I want to kill this fucker for hurting.
I mean,
actually
we have
through
a
this.
sleeping person.
I'm actually curious about the Koa's mentality or whatever through this. So he just took a big hit. Usually Koa kind of enters into rage, and as long as you have somebody to hold account for, if you think that these people might be some degree, so usually you want to keep somebody alive because either A, you assume they're innocent, B, you don't know if they're innocent or not, and it's not too much of a risk to yourself and to those around you to take the chance, or D, you need information, right?
Yeah.
You already have somebody that you saw get pass out. Clearly, the
I do have
signs
an
of
archer
magic.
bearing down on me too, so maybe things are a bit more riskier at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not trying to push you towards lethal. I just want to give you.
No, it makes sense.
take
Things
pause
are a
and
little bit
fit through it.
riskier.
Yeah.
The dude has a big axe. I'm getting shot at by an arrow, and there's still, in my mind, 2 guys unaccounted for. One we think is further up, but we thought we would be encountering 4 out of 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'll just swing normally, and maybe if the dude doesn't get knocked out or whatever this turn, I can try to knock him out next turn. So yeah, let's just give a big swing.
Okay.
So I'm raging now. I'm power attacking. And I'm not mounted, I can't charge. And I swing big club. Had to be the 3. Not that the 6 was better. I'm assuming a 9 misses. Luck. We have what? We
A
have
9 would
+4s?
miss. Yeah.
We have
We have 2
+4s.
+4s. Yeah.
I don't know if I want to use it for this though.
Excuse me.
'Cause that gets me to a 13, which is better than my AC.
Yeah, 13's decent chance.
So you have because you got the wait. How do you have a 13?
If I take
If he uses one of the +4s from the hype train.
Oh, my apologies. I missed that. I was
Yeah.
like, huh?
I'm
Okay,
just debating
I
whether
understand
it's
what
worth
you're
it or not. I mean, I don't want to just sit here and get annihilated, but also
I mean, we know if you hit him, he's probably done. Like that's
is it
pretty
worth
true.
a +4 for that, or should I luck it and just see where I end up? 4s are strong.
I probably got leather armor, so what's that? That's a +2.
Yeah, even if they
and
got
they
a
probably
+1
have
dex,
maybe 1 dex.
so that's a 13.
Yeah.
So I would literally have to either hit a 4 on luck or take a +4 to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't. Look, this is just my opinion. I wouldn't use the +4 unless you think. Like, I don't know what you're looking like.
Yeah, I'm
health-wise.
okay just missing for now, and I think what I'll do instead is I'll take the miss, and then I'll use my movement to try my intimidate on something that's not a tree for once. So now I'm gonna roll a 1 on my intimidate. I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
try it.
So it is the total of a 9, which is an unfortunate roll. And of course, now that you're going against a person, your intimidation isn't exactly very
I might
high.
luck that. Do I know what I have to hit for an intimidate, or do you roll against it?
Yeah,
How's
it's
that
actually.
work?
Let me tell you the rules
It's-
on this one.
it's not a lot really. It's like kind of ridiculously easy to demoralize people.
Yeah, which is fine. So the DC to intimidate somebody is 10, plus their HD. You can assume 1 or 2, so it's an 11 or 12, plus their Wisdom modifier, which it's safe to assume a -1 to a +1 for the average person.
I'll luck this.
Okay,
12.
so you have a 12. So
Probably still does it.
So you pass. So when you intimidate somebody, you give them the shaking condition for 1 round. If you beat the DC by 5, every 5 you beat it by, you give them an additional shaking condition for an additional round. What does shaken do? -2 to attack rolls, damage rolls, saving throws, skill checks, and ability checks. So they have a -2 to a lot, including damaging you, Wade. So if I rolled 3 points of damage, you would take 0. You know what I mean?
So do I roll a d4 to determine how many base rounds?
No. It's just 1 round, unless you have an ability.
Wait,
This is
the
otherwise.
ability. Yeah,
this
boop the
says
intimidate
1d4
there.
round. Yeah, I'll put it in there.
Yeah.
1d4
it is.
rounds plus 1 for every 5 points by which you succeed.
Okay, that is different from the base. The base is 1. You roll 1d4 instead of just 1. Go ahead and roll it. That is actually really cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay. Wait, the dice are not with you today, my friend.
They're
They're not
not.
with you today. Okay.
Oof.
Well, they're still shaking.
Yeah. That'll affect his next turn.
Oh, Jake, I forgot to have you do this when you were sneaking around. I'm so sorry. I actually forgot to have you do this. This is super important. Can you go ahead and roll me a perception check?
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Be right back.
Yeah, that's my
Um,
perception check.
Okay. Are you happy with your 10?
Yeah.
Okay, you are. Not a problem. It is thank you, Wade. So your character attacks, unfortunately he misses, but barely he misses. And then he's just like, fuck you, or whatever he says. And the guy is like, you charged at him. He's elated enough to resist the spell, but then you just like give him the glare or whatever it is that you say. And he just starts cowering backwards. And he looks to his friend for assistance. And then, like, as he's backing up away from like how intimidating your presence that's there, he stumbles over his friend's like outstretched arm and realizes like he has no idea how you did it, but you came up on him and you knocked his friend out behind you. And he's like legitimately scared. And then an arrow whizzed past you and you did not back down. You just pressed on. And he's just like, oh shit. And beyond that, let's be honest, he probably didn't know who his targets were. And if he's able to identify who you are, he's probably second guessing the job that he took too. But either way, Aldo, it is your turn, sir.
All right, I'm going to 5-foot step up to there, I guess.
Do you know where the archer is? Does Aldo know where the archer is?
He did pinpoint the archer, and the archer did not see him.
Okay.
Yeah. So Aldo does get down on a knee, probably braces himself, like the crossbow on top of the rock there. Takes a deep breath in, exhales and shoots.
And you're going at the guy in the up top, which he has no concealment, and where he's standing, he only has, because he's like similar to you taking cover. He just has a basic cover, so +2 AC from that, as he's like behind there, rolling out, taking the shot, and rolling back, kind of a thing. So
yeah.
Go ahead. You have the cleanest shot at that guy. Ooh, okay. If he's wearing padded or leather armor, that's a +1 or +2. If he's an archer, he probably has a +1 dex. And if he's taking cover, that's a +2 from that. So you're looking at, he has at least a 13, upwards of 15 AC. And you rolled an 11.
I'm going to go for it.
Are you going to use the... Oh, oh my God! You madman! I thought you were going to take the +4. You fucking luck. Are you the most successful lucker in this campaign?
It's not me.
I don't know.
Definitely not me.
Like, I feel like somebody should have to go back and rewatch all 215 or whatever it is hours and tally your guys' luck result. God, that sounds awful.
Yeah, but Lance, you're on it.
Lance, you've been delegated.
Unless
Lance
you can
will
roll
do
an 11, then we'll make someone else do it.
All right. So, that's awesome. You absolutely hit. That is a 15. You hit. And 5 points of damage is pretty freaking solid, sir.
Do I get sneak attack on this?
Sneak attack, do they have to be within 30 feet for sneak attack ranged attacks to apply?
Oh, yeah. Unless you have like a certain archetype or whatever.
I think that's right.
I think it's improved point blank shot or whatever it is. So, unfortunately, no. I'm so sorry, Jake. Otherwise, the answer would have been yes.
Yeah.
But 5 points of damage. Go ahead, sir, and describe.
Makes Aldo a little bit sad.
If it makes you feel any better, their health is 5. You technically bring them to 0, which means they're disabled and conscious.
They're going to fall out of the tree, right?
They can fall out of the tree, in which case the fall on the way down and could potentially kill them.
Yeah, you see Aldo, like I said before, he makes his way over to that rock. He gets down on a knee, pulls up the crossbow, lines it up, takes a breath in, and then on the exhale, shoots the crossbow. He hits the guy right in the arm. It probably goes through his arm, and I'm assuming he falls out of the tree.
Yep. Actually, does not fall out of the tree. Falls down a couple branches, able to hold on enough that they actually similarly do not die. They're at 0 health points. If they take a standard action, they fall unconscious, start bleeding out. If they take move actions, they can stay conscious and stay alive. So, luckily, you did not kill him. Nice arm shot.
Yay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wait. The guy directly...
You dropped the bow, though?
I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. If he spent an action standing up, right, and preparing himself for the next turn, he could take a shot and fall down. You know, like...
Yeah.
That's some friggin' defiance right there. Like, no, I'm gonna keep going. So, anyways,
I'm gonna do it. Yeah.
This guy in front of you, Wade, is going to attack you again. He like fear in his eyes, and he's like holding the axe, almost like he's hoping it's gonna protect him. Like he's holding it too close. He's clutching it too hard, and you can see there's like a lack of will to keep fighting. But he just like he's by himself. He's alone. He just heard the arrow whiz by. heard the person falling out of the tree, and he's just like, oh shit, and he's gonna swing at you. Fear in his eyes. I rolled a natural 2. Just your penalty alone brings me to a negative. It brings me to a 0. So, Kiken, I got a natural 1. Ugh. Yep.
So you said it brought you to a 0 because
of my modifier +1. He did the thing. So anyways, so he swings at you with the axe, and it's one of those things where he swings he swings and Koa just steps up into it, and with his club he has in hand, he just bats the attack to the side as he continues to stomp towards this person. And then just seeing just how easily you batted that to the side, the fact everything that's going on there, you can see he's contemplating surrendering. He doesn't actually do it yet, but you can see he's contemplating throwing down the weapon, surrendering, so on and so forth. The person that's in the tree behind, they are going to, as a move action, they're going to climb down from the tree to the best of their ability. I roll 3.
Hard to climb when you have an arrow in your arm.
They fall out of the tree. Oh my god!
Did you spend your daddy's dice already?
I didn't get one, did I?
Oh, Giselle didn't give you one earlier, like she usually does?
No, I didn't see one. Yeah,
okay.
No.
Oh,
yeah.
Whoa.
I was assuming.
Oh, yeah. No.
she does it like every session.
I given shade. Giselle also gave you luck dice and 8 of the martyr. And why are you throwing shade, man?
That's all undone. When
this is not shade. What you do is shade.
So what was I gonna say? So he unfortunately falls out of the tree. It's not high enough up to do D6 lethal, but is low enough. It is high enough to do in 1d4 non-lethal. I'll go ahead and let Biggs in chat roll me a d4, and in the interim, roll me a perception check, Aldo. Take 1 point now. Holy shit! That's good news, because you can warn something. Unfortunately, you failed your check before, so you didn't see it. So you can warn something. You didn't notice it beforehand because you were too busy running forward, moving through the grounds. But as you were moving forward, there was actually somebody that was stealthing along kind of at the same time that you didn't see. But now you do. There is a person, a non-small person, that had kind of crept along the side of the tree and is now moving through the canopy that's inside there, the bushes that are inside there. They're doing the best they can to be as discreet as possible, but they're not small. As a matter of fact, they're stealthing in a way that Koa is not noticing them because he's so engaged in combat. You're able to notice them pretty easily because they're a big person moving through a canopy, and you're otherwise not that distracted now that your target has been removed. So you can see them sneaking through the tree here, making their way over towards where Koa is, and over towards where Koa is. You're welcome to kind of call out a warning.
Aldo just yells as loud as he can, Koa, behind you!
Koa, you go ahead and make a perception check with a +4.
21 total.
You are able to successfully see the person as they're coming free from the branches, as they're moving from the branches, and you see them coming out. I'll describe them in a second, but as they notice your attention go that way, they actually don't just move forward from the branches. They kind of explode from the branches, kind of jumping out into a little bit of a tumble. Cool. Wade, is your CMD, does a 15 beat your CMD? Does it equal or beat it?
It does not.
Oh, you have a 16? You have above a 15. That's all that matters. Cool. Wade, the person explodes out of the tree as quickly as they can, looking to dive to the ground and tumble because I can now no longer move. You can see me, so if I were to move, it would provoke an attack of opportunity. So I make an acrobatics check to try to tumble past you to get into a flanking position. But unfortunately, the warning that you got in Koa's just natural defenses, he sees the person quick enough that he can actually retaliate and take an attack. But again, the person that you see coming out is not small. They are about Koa's height, but they are very broad in size, and they are covered in fur from head to toe, with this almost bear-like snout with large teeth in it and ears that come up protruding from the side, almost in this pointed format. Koa, you've very rarely seen people like this before. It takes a moment for him to realize it after his attack, but that's a bugbear.
Oh shit. Okay. I can still power attack and stuff whenever I'm.
Yes, you can.
Doing this
Anytime you make an attack roll, you get to make that decision.
I can't cleave for this though, right?
No, because it's a standard action. This is an attack of opportunity.
Okay, making sure. Please.
You cannot.
No, I clicked the attack and it's not.
Oh,
showing.
okay. Hey,
There it is.
I assume this was not a non-lethal. Okay, so a 12. Again, it's not a terrible roll, but
13.
13
God, if I
hits.
could ever get higher than a 1 on luck.
13 hits.
Oh, it does.
Okay, good.
Giselle, maybe instead of giving
That's
Aid of the
17
Martyr
damage.
to Kiken, who hides in bushes and wiggles his fingers from far away, maybe we should give it to Wade, who gets his ass
I got it
kicked
last
left and
time. I got it last time.
Yeah.
That's 17 bludgeoning.
right. That is a not insignificant amount of damage. I actually made this a really tough baddie and gave them a whopping 16 health points.
Oh.
Yeah, and they were going to stealth on you and flank on you, and even this is going to be a scary baddie, but Wade, in one hit, why don't you go ahead and describe
dead
they're
or
exploding
unconscious?
out of the tree? They're at -1.
Yeah.
I like to think that Aldo yells, Koa, coming up behind you. And Koa just turns while swinging, and it just happens to coincide like a baseball being thrown at him, and just collides with the chest and midsection of this person as they're like jumping out at him. And then they're wrapped around the big bat, and they fall off the big bat.
You cracked a
Fucking
rib.
whack-a-mole.
Jesus
And
Christ.
then Koa sees that they don't look like they're stirring immediately, and he goes back to face the other guy.
God damn it. That was my ace in the hole. It was
I
my
rolled really
bugbear in
well
a
for
tree.
damage there.
He was
pretty
hiding
sure.
inside of this thing. Inside this hole. Oh.
Well,
All right.
it worked out really well for him, and he got pretty far.
Yeah. Mikhail, it's your turn.
2d6 plus 9 is pretty good when you roll 2
It's-
4s.
That's really, it's horrifying.
That was gnarly. You fucked me up so fast.
Hey, thanks to Aldo for calling it out.
Yeah.
That's like whenever the guy in the back's
You
like
got
tipping off the pitches, I knew what was coming.
I have a really high stealth check, and I was rolling very well. And so I was like, psh. My first roll was nearly 30, and my second roll was still in the low to mid 20s, and then Jake beat me. Fast.
Imagine the gods noticing how good you're stealthing just to get one shot with a club.
Right? Just to get bonked.
They're
Well,
like, my
that-
god, this bugbear's in the top percentage of...
That's like a Hermes, Athena, look at this one. I think this one's gonna never mind. Hey, this one over here, take bets.
Oh yeah, that explosion was pretty cool. Why does it have a face? Anyway,
Whoops.
yeah, so you hear from the shrubbery and
Right.
bushes everywhere Mikhail is, after there's this loud crunch thud, he just goes, holy shit! Hey, you want to surrender now or no?
Nice. Go ahead and roll an intimidate check for that surrender.
Is this guy still technically shaken?
I mean, yes, diplomacying somebody to surrender, right? Like, hey, buddy, I'll give you a deal.
How about I just cast a spell instead?
You can do that. Intimidate's not a bad, what's your modifier?
3. I'm not trained.
That's not terrible.
Yeah, but I was gonna daze him anyway.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because they have a -2 to saves, and intimidation is against. No, it's not a will save. Never mind. That's can't remember which one it is. It's a will save. But anyways, so daze.
Yeah.
I have a -2 to the save. Didn't matter. I rolled mediocre anyways. Absolutely, they are dazed. Wade, this means that the attacker can't do anything for this for their turn. They can still defend themselves, but they can't attack. They can't move. They can't do anything like that. They effectively just lose their turn. Okay.
Okay.
So now they're shaken, though the shakenness is wearing off. Literally now, because they were already shaken last turn. So the shakenness is wearing off, but now they're dazed. And so they kind of like, as the guy explodes from the tree and they see them coming out of the tree, all of a sudden you hit him so hard. The crack against their ribs was so hard. The sound was deafening enough to daze this person. And that is now Koa's turn.
Okay. I'm going to make a CMB roll to just grab this dude and just try to take his axe and kind of force him to surrender by disarming him.
Yeah, sure. Usually I would get an attack of
Disarm combat
opportunity
maneuver,
against you. I don't know if I get AOOs when dazed. That's
when you said you couldn't make an action, I figured you couldn't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't.
I don't think so, but give me 1 second.
Do I need to re-intimidate him before I make this to like keep him shaken before I disarm?
It might be good.
Remind us to that does it affect the CMB or CMD? Let me scroll down to shaken first. Right, to answer that question. And it is attack rolls, damage rolls. So that does not affect the CMD. That would affect the CMB. As for dazed, unable to act normally, the creature can take no actions but has no penalties to AC. Can take no actions. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna Google this one. Pathfinder AOO while dazed. My instinct tells me no, but it doesn't explicitly say so.
It would be kind of dumb, to be honest.
It'd be weird if you couldn't attack, but you could attack on not your turn.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm
you could make
agreeing
like a
with
more
you.
reflexive one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't like it's not explicit, so it makes sense to check.
The problem is there's no clear rules. Yep, there is no clear rules. There's probably clarity if you go into like the forums because like they don't have a errata for this. But if you go into the forums, you can find from I can't remember the names of all the authors like Jacobs and
all the developers and stuff.
Yeah, my assumption is you're not going to be threatened square. You threaten all squares in which you can make a melee attack even when it's not your action. So since you're not allowed to make melee attacks, you can't daze is a pretty fair assessment. Yeah, let's go with no, Wade.
Okay.
Let's go. He neutered your AOOs. Maybe Chat can argue with me later on, but for now, we'll go with that snapshot decision. You go ahead and make your CMB. Oh, did you rage prior to this? That's usually a good way of getting an increase to your CMB. I don't think you said you did, or did you?
No, I've been raging.
Oh, okay, cool. So is a 14 your total?
Yes.
Are you confident with the 14?
Unless he's if I'm. Let me look. How good are you guys CMDs? If I'm not raging, I'm down to a 15.
13 for me.
Yeah, you'd have the highest. Where's my CMD?
Is it based on strength?
14.
Yeah, it's strength and dex.
Yeah.
It's like 10 plus strength mod plus dex mod plus BAB.
Yeah.
And you have the highest BAB and the highest strength.
I'm just going to keep the 14.
A 14's probably got it.
The reason why I was asking is because he does have a two-handed weapon. I did say multiple times that he's holding it in two hands. And so that could be a factor. But it doesn't matter. You smack the thing with the club so hard, it vibrates out of his hands and clatters to the ground. A 14 does do it. And so, yep, it clatters to the ground.
I guess technically that's my action, but...
That's an attack roll. You can use your intimidation if you're allowed to do that more than once.
Oh, yeah.
If you wanted to. It's up to you. I don't want to put words.
Koa will just yell to him that the fight is over. You're done! I clicked that instead of intimidate again. Whoops.
That's a solid roll.
Woof.
Yeah. They just kind of like, even dazed, they just kind of get down, and to surrender. They're going to submit. To shore this up before we pull it, out of where we are, you guys came through the trees. You bursted over there, ran up to the guy, and he attacked you, harmed you. You, Keegan, put one to sleep. Aldo, you snuck up and shot another one out of the tree. He fell from the tree and, is down. So one is sleeping. One fell out of the tree and is unconscious at the moment. You don't know if he's bleeding out or anything like that. Another one burst free from the trees, and you gave Koa a heads up, and he got knocked out from that attack. And this guy surrendered. Guys, 4 out of 4. It's a good chance they're all alive. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right, let's bring it back into the game. So you say that, the guy submits, clearly submits. You can't see that from where you are, Mikhail, but you can probably notice by like the way that Koa is walking up, change of stance, whatever it is he's doing, maybe even drop it. You can even see his like body relaxing, which, puts him into a state of where his guard's down a little bit. You can kind of see that from where you are, so you know to approach even if you can't see the other person's state. Aldo, you can see this person getting down because they're dropping out of view, like intentionally. The weapon was not going to hand. They're dropping down out of view for you to do what you'd like to do. So you can take the action. I'll let you guys take over from here.
Mikhail's going to go over to the bugbear and check if he's alive.
Yeah. So you walk up and you can go ahead and make a heal check real quick.
Yeah, just triaging.
Koa will tell you guys to bind these three, and he will run up to the one that's in the trees, because I think I'm still the fastest. I'm the furthest up.
Yeah, so to clarify something in chat, even if Wade used a sword, it wouldn't matter. 17 points of damage against somebody with 16 health points just gives them -1, and they die at negative their constitution score, which is, let's call it, I don't know, for a bugbear, let's call it 12 or a 14. That means that he's far from dead. He's just very injured and would take, maybe 2 weeks to heal, or a week or 2 to heal, bedridden or whatever it is to come back. But either way, he is, you go over there and the guy is like clearly very injured, but is just knocked out cold. He's breathing shallow, but because of the already forming bruise that you might be able to see a bit of purple beneath his fur, because like where it's like matted in that spot.
Is he stable, or do I need to stabilize him?
No, that's a great question. The injury that's there, the amount of pressure that's being put there, it is possible that the laborious breathing could lead to his dying. You probably need to stabilize and wrap the ribs, whatever it is you need to do.
Damn it. Did you already roll for him to see if he stabilized?
So the 10 was to check on him, but I'm fine if you beat a 15. Your intention was, because you're not pressed for time, are you? I'm fine with you saying, you're like, fuck it, with what Wade said earlier. He comes over, gives you what you need, or tosses whatever it might be, and you're able to start stabilizing the guy. And you wrap his ribs.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was just checking if, I don't know if you actually rolled for them to see if they auto-stabilized or not.
I only do that if that matters. So,
okay.
Cool. So you wrap up his ribs or whatever it is to stabilize him. Going back to chat for a second. He put him at -1. It was lethal damage. So that means he will bleed out 1 health point a round, unless I'm able to make some sort of hidden roll to save him. Keegan is confirming that he's stabilized and not going to continue to lose blood. Continue to bleed health. So he could be at -1, he could be at -3. Back to you, Keegan.
Yeah. Sure. So are you saying I've stabilized him, or do you want me to roll to see if I stabilize him?
You have stabilized him with this check to confirm.
Okay, cool.
All right, Wade, you were saying that you were giving out bandages or tying people up or whatever?
I was telling them to tie these 3 up, and I was going to go make sure I got the archer that Aldo shot, because I'm the closest and I'm the fastest to get up to him.
Cool. So I imagine Mikhail is going to start tying these people up, yeah?
Yeah, once that guy's stable, I'll start binding them.
Aldo,
I'll start with the guy who's surrendered.
Yeah,
because he's still
conscious, yeah. Aldo, are you playing watch, or are you coming over to help wrap? Or what are you doing as Wade walks over towards the archer?
Seeing that Koa has gone over to exactly where Aldo was just about to go, he'll go over to this one, the sleeping one, and I'll start to bind him. But as I do, I say, I'm going to say to the guy that surrendered, I'm going to say, "Where's the 5th?"
He goes, is this guy injured? Actually, I think he was untouched, wasn't he? Yeah,
he was just asleep for 3 more rounds, is it?
He was scouting.
The sleeping guy is 3 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
But
okay, that's a lot longer.
He's talking to the one who surrendered, who's, I think, not hurt. Yeah, he's not hurt.
No,
he's not hurt.
He says scouting?
Where?
North. And then just says, I don't know exactly where. We all have our own trek.
Is he due back?
Not for a couple hours.
All right. Do I believe him? You want me to sense motive that?
You're welcome to sense motive, sure. You're pretty sure this person not only is telling the truth, you believe this person is like looking around and realizing who the three of you are. Like they may not have known before, but there's like recognition on their faces. They're watching you guys. 26 really high.
I don't really have much to say right now. After I tie him up, I just look towards Koa, bring the other guy over.
Is the other guy running, or is he kind of like gonna make it easy for me?
He's knocked out.
Oh, he's not. Yeah, he took 1 point of non-lethal. He's knocked out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will carry him back so I don't do the same thing to him that I did the last guy.
Yeah, that's fine. He's still technically stable. You know, he's not actually like he's a -1 non-lethal. So
Okay.
So he in an hour or so he'll wake up with 0 health points on his own of his own volition.
Okay. I'm assuming we have like a signal to get the other guys up.
Oh
The
yeah,
five
yeah,
that are
yeah.
with-
You,
Oh
you
yeah.
call out to them, a loud,
Yeah.
sharp whistle, whatever it is. Yeah.
I'm assuming we call up to them and have them come up. We probably have the horses come up and we can start. There's only one of them that's awake and able to be talked to right now. So I guess we can talk to him while we get the injured ones loaded up to be taken back to the crag.
Yeah. What do we want to do about the 5th? It's going to be a couple hours before he's back, if that. And he's probably going to run if he sees this.
Well, we can send these guys back with our accompaniment and we can wait for them. Prepare an ambush of our own. It's better than going out and tracking.
Yeah, true. I think that's probably the move.
I don't know what the other option would be, to be honest. Which one of you is leading this group? I'm saying to the prisoner.
Yeah. He says, that one, was looking at the unconscious bugbear that you're like almost done wrapping up or whatever at this point there, Mikhail. So looking at the unconscious bugbear, they look a little confused that you're wrapping them up, but then at this point maybe like you touch them in such a way as you're like tying off the bandage that there's enough pressure that the muscles kind of like jerk and he can see it moves a little, and it's like, oh okay, he's not dead, because like he heard like that was like the crack heard around the world, you know. And then in his own mind, your spell he didn't know you were doing, just like he didn't know what the first one. In his own mind, that crack dazed him. So yeah. But either way, continuing.
What do you know of why you were here?
We were hired. We were hired by the guard. They was told to hunt down some outlaws.
What guard?
Fuck. His name is
Went is
Went.
the guy's
Went.
name. I'm
Thank
just making sure this guy's giving the same story, basically.
Yeah, he says Went was the guard. I didn't talk to him directly, but I was told that was the guard, and we didn't. Why are you guys wanted?
That's a great question. We intend to find out. Why did you volunteer to try to kill a group?
We were hired by the guard.
You were told you were hunting criminals? Is that it?
Yeah, it's a bounty. It's not work I usually do, but you know, with what's going on and the slavery and stuff that's happening, some of us thought, you know, hey, if they're not going to clean the streets for us, if they're going to pay us to clean the streets, I mean, Hodgwen's not exactly taken care of, so I just thought this is how they were doing things. I didn't know it was you guys.
The streets of Hodgwen are way out here?
Yeah. And before I answer that question, Wade, Aldo, you can get that there is some truth to what he's saying, but he's definitely taking a bit of liberties to paint himself in a good light. It's not that what he's saying is necessarily untrue. It's that he's definitely kind of taking a piss with what it is that the truth is. So
Yeah.
I don't know if Aldo would interject or keep quiet at this point, but
Yeah.
so
No, he doesn't say anything at the moment.
so you say that the streets of Hodgwen are out here. He goes, weren't the slavers, you know, miles away from Hodgwen too? But they were still plaguing the streets.
I don't think I've done a sense motive. Can I sense motive him?
Yeah, you're welcome to do so.
I believe him, or I don't.
He's just
Is that my third one?
He's a small town boy following his
I
hero's
think it's
joy.
my third one already, and we've only been... God.
Two of them were luck, I think, right?
I mean, Koa's
no,
just
no,
seeing
I rolled ones
Oh,
earlier.
just in general. Yeah, 'cause
Koa's just
the
seeing
stealth. That's right.
the impact of his heroism on this poor, misguided individual. Well,
Yes, do I really believe him or really not believe him? I don't know. Which one do I feel, Scott?
yeah, no, that's like, you think he's a lying piece of shit, and you want to break his. No. You are gobbling this up because that makes sense for Koa. That what the story's
Okay.
saying, it plays into Koa's ego and his youthful naivete.
Can I also roll a sense motive since I'm just listening?
Nope. You asked last, you're not allowed. Of course.
Okay.
At least Aldo knows what's going on.
Right?
I thought
God,
you were
I-
meeting me in the team ones.
It lingered on that one for so
It
long.
sure did.
13's not great either, but it's not a 1.
You happy with
Thanks,
13?
man.
I'll keep it.
Yeah, so you don't get quite the insight Aldo does. You believe that he's telling the truth. You know, this truth to what he's saying, so on and so forth. I'm not giving you any layers of insight beyond that. Aldo's kind of like realizing that it's not just truth, but there's more. You're like, oh, he seems like he's telling the truth. Koa is like, this makes perfect sense. You know, like, oh, I should have left guidance for the people.
So I imagine we step away for a moment to talk after we've, unless you guys have more questions for him right away.
Not at the moment.
Yeah, no.
All right, so we're gonna step
Not yet.
aside away from them where we're not in listening range. It appears that they're trying to do the right thing.
I'm so sorry. I knew you just said RP and I interrupted you. You may step aside, but those 5 other NPCs you brought with you are gathered around them and actively watching them. So they are
That's
being
fine.
actively watched. I'm sorry to.
I figured they were bound and being loaded / watched.
Yeah.
And we're like, just give us a moment.
Yeah, you're good. Sorry.
I don't know. I think perhaps it's good we left them alive if all they're trying to do is clean things up a bit. I do think they were hired by the guard after all, right?
I mean,
I
yeah, it
don't-
makes sense that they believe that, but go
I
ahead.
don't think that's the case. I think they're not, some heroes in a sense for justice to take out, bandits threatening the town. I think they're opportunistic mercs who'll take money to kill somebody.
They did take money, I'll grant you that, but if the guard hired them and offered to pay them to do a duty, how can we really say what their motivations are? He seems genuine to me. Because I rolled like shit.
I mean, I guess you could both be right in a sense. I mean, maybe they wouldn't have taken if they knew they were after people that are considered heroes, but
They wouldn't have taken it if they knew it was us. But,
Yeah.
No.
look, I've got the feeling more so, Koa, that, if, to put it lightly, these people would have taken money to go after, like, Gwen if it was the guards who said it. Do you know what I mean? Just a civilian, a
His
shopkeeper.
eyes narrow when you say that, because that's been a
Yeah.
fear of his.
Oh, and your natural 1 means that you fully believe in what he's saying too. That was not a pinpoint just to get you.
I just believe all of you.
it's also it's
It'll
Aldo.
all be true. I always believe Aldo, but I always don't believe Aldo when I believe Aldo.
You gaslight yourself whenever you talk to Aldo.
Like, I really trust him, but I've always really trusted him, and he's lied to me before. So, if the big one was their leader, then perhaps we need to speak to him. Maybe he knows a bit more. If this was their main group, and he had direct contact with Wint, perhaps he can give us more of the information that we can all agree on. Nonetheless, they're
Yeah.
alive, and we can take them back to the crack.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
a good idea. So we
Agreed.
have them, that group taken back, and we set up.
I think so. That way, these guys are separated, and we just have to deal with one. Maybe they'll be reasonable and realize they're outnumbered and just give it up.
So what I'm thinking for that is, I'll go up in the tree, unless you want to, Mikhail, and two of us stand where those other 2 were, by the fire or whatever. Gonna maybe crouch down, put a cloak over us. It's getting cold.
Well, we
Just
could
wait.
take one of their cloaks to disguise ourselves. You're pretty good at that.
Yeah.
That way, hopefully, he just kind of comes into camp, right?
Glad I'm getting new armor soon. That bastard got a good nick on me.
Yeah, having to pull an arrow out of this was really doesn't match the rest of the aesthetic I have of blood and sweat and road rash.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that, Koa. I could have taken a shot at that guy, but I was worried, you know. I didn't exactly want to hit you, and there was the other guy in the tree, so.
Oh no, it's fine. You warned me about the big guy coming around, and that helped me. So don't worry about it. You had a nice shot on that guy, and this time, I'm not gonna say it was a better shot, but he's still alive. Whatever credit that's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, can't say I'm not. I'm happy. I'm happy he's still alive. I didn't really want to kill him, but you know, guy here trying to kill us.
Yeah.
Speaking of still alive, that furry guy must be really tough. I thought he was dead for sure.
I hit him pretty hard. I was not holding back on that swing because I didn't know exactly where he was when I turned. I'm not gonna lie. It might have looked like I intended to do what I did, but really I was just turning around and swinging as I did it, and it.
I don't want to pat ourselves on the back, but we really performed for these guys over here. Just saying.
Yeah,
I don't think we'll be taking jobs for the guard again soon, but we've got to figure out a way to get this Wint out so we can interrogate him.
Yeah. I'm assuming Beltran's back by now, so likely connected, you know.
And if these guys have all already been paid, I didn't check them, but I'm assuming they have 2 gold each as well. If they've already been paid,
Oh, let's get that before you know they're taken away by the you know.
Yeah. Mikhail will run over and and mug them.
we're having this meeting. And you guys are
Real
like,
quick.
"Ooh, money!" and you just both run off.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
So Koa,
Koa's
like,
left standing
mid-sentence-
there like, oh.
Koa 100% mid-sentence is like, "Oh, right this moment. They were waiting on us."
Look, Aldo's silver.
Check their
Forgot how
shoes.
much money these
Check
guys
their
have on
boots. Are they new boots?
This one's got
they
laces.
new boots?
New
Oh yeah, the other
laces.
guys had new weapons, like their bows
Yeah.
were new, right?
Unfortunately for me, yes, they do all have new boots,
Oh, nice.
and all of them have new bows. So there's 4 more new longbows that are right. Oh no, hold on. No, that's not true. That's actually false. The bugbear does not have a longbow. 3 new longbows. The bugbear, however, does have. I'm sorry. Wait. The bugbear does have a very nice quality, albeit used often, Morning Star, because that's the classic weapon of a bugbear.
You son of a bitch.
Is it a masterwork one?
It's I probably not masterwork. You know, you can give it or feel the weight on it or whatever. But it is a nicer quality. It is like well made, so on and so forth. Probably, you know, they probably owned it for a while or whatever. So probably not masterwork. That's very expensive for a random person to have. Either way, so there's a nice Morning Star there that they have that we're going to clobber you with. Even they have new boots. As for coin on them, it's the same as what we had across the other crew there. So there was the 2 gold each, and then a combination of silver and copper that will have chat roll for you. So why don't you go ahead and have Kajitar can roll 1d6 silver, and we don't want Lance to roll, so Solo can roll 1d8 copper. But yeah, so two gold each.
Okay, so that's 8 for now because there's still 1 missing.
Correct. Yes. So I just want to. I mean, Lance, you still rolled under half. So I mean, like. I don't know if
Well, I thought it was the
defending yourself.
D8. I thought he at least rolled the D. Didn't you say a D8? What did you say to roll for the?
To roll a
silver?
D8. I told somebody else to do it, Solo to do it.
Okay.
But Kaji gave you 1 silver and Solo gave you 7 copper, and then you guys got the 8 total gold. So anyways, back to that's what you're able to kind of like find across them. But the bugbear themselves is also like the armor that they're wearing is actually pretty decent armor. So whereas their weapon is not masterwork, Jake, their armor probably is masterwork. It's actually well crafted, but while it's masterwork, it's very worn. So they probably had this either made for them or altered for them, whatever the case may be, many years ago at this point, potentially even a decade or more, because it's very worn, but broken in, fits them comfortably, does a good job. And it is leather armor that they're wearing on them. But otherwise,
what does Edric normally wear? Sorry, just to...
Yeah, no, that's a fine question. Edric doesn't always wear armor, but when he does, it is leathers.
Yeah, okay.
Because sometimes he just like walks around topless.
Yeah.
Like he's got kind of like his gut hanging out, and he's like, "Let's go fuck him up." It's like he's that buddy of yours that's like you're never sure if they're ever sober, and you're kind of afraid if they are. So
I feel like this bugbear's armor is just a little too big for Edric. But
yeah.
he's probably the closest one there.
No. It fits on the
Also-
belly. It's loose on the top.
Also, what's the benefit of masterwork leather?
Oh, did I say that? I meant my apologies. Studded leather.
Okay, yeah, that's much better.
I think that's what I've got, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Yep.
Damn.
Aldo's hyping the guys up we're with, he's looking at their boots and being like, "Oh, your boots are well worn." He's like measuring their feet with these new guys' boots, and he's just trying to get them really hyped for stealing these guys' stuff.
Hell yeah.
I mean, if that's the culture that you're breeding amongst your crew, hey, we whoop their ass. They're here to kill us. We whoop their ass.
Yep.
Let's take their equipment. We're not going to kill them, but we're going to take their
Exactly.
equipment. Cool. One of the
We're not taking dead people's equipment, right? They're alive.
one of the crew that's there is actually going to say, "So are we gonna or?"
Koa
No.
walks over probably at this point because you guys have been over here a while.
No. We're taking them same place we put the other ones.
Yeah, and the other one's like whacks them in the shoulder, says, "We have cells." He goes, "Yeah, we can fill the cells back up." And then like remembers the implications of it, and then just kind of like, "I'm gonna check around the camp," and like walks off to go look at other stuff that's over there.
All right, you all get new boots. His can wait.
What did I miss?
Show him the money we found.
So it's the same. Keep just ignoring the fact that we have. He's like, "Oh, so it is the same amount."
Oh, and Morningstar.
Koa looks at it kind of like, "I just paid for one of these."
And it actually looks nice quality. To be clear, Wade, it's not masterwork, so you don't get the plus one chance to hit. But it was one of those like Koa wouldn't necessarily know because he doesn't have the other one in his hands. So he's probably like, "I should probably cancel that order. This is really nice. It's good quality, so on and so forth." It's like it would cost more than a standard, but not as much as a masterwork, right? But obviously when you get the other one, you'll clearly tell us better. I'll let you guys get back to it.
This will serve you until you get that one from Hinta, at least.
It is pretty nice.
Yeah, it's
Easier to
alright.
wield than the last weapon we found. The one over in the mountains was supposed to be wielded by bugbears too, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what we thought. It would make sense. But I guess we need to find out more about this one. How did he even end up working with this group?
Well, should we wake him up and interrogate him before they take him, or should we?
No.
Nah.
We should interrogate him back at the place.
Right. Well, you lot make sure these men get back to the cells alive. To be clear,
Yeah, of course. All of them kind of agree.
we're going to hide out here and wait for the fifth member to show up. They're due back within the next couple of hours, we believe, and we'll round them up. I'll put them on Night Storm, assuming we can get them alive, and we'll meet you back there in a few hours.
Wait, hold on. As the one that was awake the whole time is getting kind of like lifted to his feet so he can start being walked off. So you guys didn't bring a cart or a wagon or anything like that. So these people are either, the archer, assuming enough time has passed, is kind of like stirring a bit, and they're gonna be led along, albeit not very fast. That obviously the one that's conscious can walk. The one that had the sleep spell cast on them is awoken by this point. Is like, what the fuck is going? And can walk. So it's just the bugbear, of course, the heaviest one that needs to be like transported or whatever. But the one that was talking to you the whole time, he's like, whoa, hold on, as he's being like lifted by his arm to his feet to be dragged off. He goes, wait, I don't need to go with them. I can stay with you. When they come back, they're gonna give a signal. I can return the signal so they come up, and I can convince them to surrender. That way, there doesn't have to be anybody getting hurt. I can convince them to surrender. I mean, we got hired by the guard.
Yes, but you could also give them a signal that tells them something else, or to run, or... How do we know that you're going to tell them to surrender and give them the proper signal?
He thinks for a second, and he's like, well, if I gave him that signal, do you think the guards would come and save me?
Go just kind of laughs.
They definitely wouldn't get there in time.
No. You weren't doing a valiant deed for the guard. You were working for a corrupt person. You've heard of our deeds and what we've done. Sent to kill us. You really think the guard was behind this at this point?
He nods slowly and says, yeah, I do. That's who hired us.
Well,
A member of the guard, I believe, hired you. One working for the best in the interest of Hardgwyn and the goodness of the people did not.
That level of complexity is probably the first time that crossed his mind as you're saying that. And it's one of those like, ooh. And you can even see them sinking in a little bit like, yeah, okay.
I say we take him up on it. Let's see if we can trust him.
Well, perhaps. What's your name?
Shit.
That was Scott's surprise right there.
Fuck, I played
Always.
a compelling NPC.
What?
13th Spiral. It's your job. Go.
Well,
Not a shitty name. Their name's Journey's
name,
Crack.
insert name.
Their name's
Woo.
Woo. Yep.
Well, Woo. You had one job and you came up with Woo?
Woobrun.
Woobrun.
My name's Woobrun.
Ooh, Brun. Okay.
No?
He goes,
Woobrun.
Woobrun. You could just call me Woo.
All right, Woobrin. I guess let's see if you truly are of good moral character and just found yourself in a shitty situation. We do want everyone to be alive, so yes.
Oh,
Give them the
geez,
signal and convince them to surrender.
Sir. Oh, geez, sir. I hope I can make you proud. No.
I don't like your voice change. Go back to the original.
He says he just kind of says thank you, and is happy to not be getting dragged off by who knows who the five of them are to who knows wherever it is that they're going. So at least you three have a
We'll be dragging him later. So.
yeah, fair. But at least you characters have a reputation, right? And so he feels safer here.
I will say, we would have brought horses knowing what happened to the south, where we can load the injured up on horses.
Yeah, you can
They're-
slap the guy over the horse. Yeah.
If the big guy, if the
fair.
bugbear
Bugbear.
needs to be on Nightstorm, I would let them take Nightstorm and put whatever.
They're not
but-
that heavy that they have to be on it. Yeah, they're bigger dudes or whatever, but they're not that heavy. They stand at above 400 pounds. You know what I mean? Because they're like they actually. I was wrong in size. I said about Koa's height. They're actually a little bit taller than that. They can stand as high as 7 feet. So or even a little bit more. So they're actually what the thing is they crouch down low when they move. So because they kind of like their hunched nature and their like crouched knees with the way that they walk. So if you were to stand at full height, he'd probably be like over 6.5 feet. But the way he moves, he comes at being about Koa's height, which is like a 5'10", or 5'11"
Okay.
there. But either way, so 400 pounds ish is what they weigh, or even mid 300s. So thrown over to a horse's back is heavy, but the horse can handle it. Anyways, so back to your characters.
I would make sure that the guys blindfold the prisoners.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, we don't want them knowing a route.
Alright, well, once everyone's loaded up. Alright, well, I guess we'll see you in a few hours unless there's anything else we need to go over.
I don't believe so. What's this signal you're supposed to give?
They give out a bird call, and we give another one in return. But it's not it's not like we don't have like a something that you blow into. It makes a like a pretty convincing bird call, and just it's up to one of you if you want to roll like a performance oratory if you want to see if you can emulate it.
That's all Aldo.
What if I want to do a nature to figure out what bird they're imitating?
Oh, yeah, you can do that. I'm fine with that. So, nature, you are able to identify the bird. It's a pretty common bird here to deer. Kind of think of like a morning bird, like a mockingjay. Sorry, they're known to be like louder earlier in the day, so that they can be loud all day long.
God,
so it's
this
not
group is working with Katniss Everdeen.
It's not super unusual. It's not mockingbird, not mockingjay.
You said Mockingjay.
You said Mockingjay.
Did I? Oh shit! No,
You did.
Am I crazy?
Yeah.
Did you not say
No, he definitely said Mockingjay, and I was just,
Damn it!
I was like,
I was
okay,
like, the
sure,
setup
bud.
is right there.
Oh, I'm like, no, like To Kill a Mockingjay. No!
Sorry, no Atticus Finch today. You get Katniss.
Damn it. All right,
One of the
so
worst names in fantasy.
my apologies. So,
Which one? Atticus Finch?
No, I fucking hate the name Katniss.
Oh,
so
Catnip Evergreen.
So the a bird that you certainly, it's not unusual to hear at any point in time. Sorry, it's not impossible to hear at any point in time. It's just a little bit unusual outside of like certain earlier hours, and so that's why it's like, okay, this does blend in well enough for a call and a return. So either way, so you're like, oh, the blah 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 bird, and Aldo like hears the thing and hears that, and like just does a perfect emulation of it, and it's one of those. It's like, yeah, but you have to know when to return it. There's like, you have to wait a couple of moments. You know, he clearly is lying. You know, it's trying to play up his importance here, as like the others are still within earshot of stomping through the bushes or whatever. So.
Koa raises an eyebrow, not really at the guy, but very obviously about the guy that everyone can see. At this point, he's like sensing desperation on him. Like, I don't know why he's afraid of the dudes that didn't stomp your ass. Why would you want to stay with the ones that just did?
Right?
Uh,
I'm fine with him knowing that we don't need him now, but we'll keep him and give him a chance.
Are we still getting in positions here just in case? I imagine we are.
Yeah, I think we still do Aldo's plan, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of you's in the tree and the other two of us are in the guard area sitting around the...
Well, more or less, one of you have to go into the bugbear's den there. You know what I mean? We got to have it exactly the same as more or less we found it. Because we got the guard with us now, so he's going to be the one that returns the thing.
It'd likely
be the bugbear.
Yeah, I was gonna say you'd be in the bugbear den. Mikhail can sit there and have a fun conversation with this guy, and Aldo will be by himself up in the tree keeping post. Cool, that works out. Mikhail, since you're spending time with him, do you make small talk, or do you just like, shh, don't talk to me, like keep silence?
He'll probably make small talk.
Go ahead and roll a diplomacy check.
About to have a new Casper, and his name was... What was... Wee-woo? What the fuck was...
No,
Woobrin.
Woobrin.
Chat was wanting the other guy's name to be...
Fucking wee woo.
Oh, I thought I said weeboo. Weeboo works too.
I will say, Kiken, the gods are almost ready to notice your small talk.
Fucking
They're
apparently.
like, how is the weather today?
Athena, Hercules, come here. Look at this. He's asking you about the storms.
Like, Zeus, you decide what the weather is today.
Is this one of those rolls where every 5 you beat it by makes someone more and more useful or something?
So there's an upper limit for how much you're able to affect them. I think Aldo has the ability to double impact somebody socially. I don't think Mikhail does.
Yeah, it takes like a feat or a class feature.
Yeah, I think Aldo has the ability to improve 2 steps at once. Mikhail can only do 1 at a time, right? So by the way, so yeah, you're talking to this person, and the reason why this matters is because as you're talking to him, you know, you're able to warm up to him a little bit, not because he's charming or anything like that, but because as he warms up to you, he starts kind of divulging a little bit of information for you, which is useful. So you do find out that Went did hire that this crew and the other crew was vaguely known about. He didn't know about the other crew until after he had already been here and the others were talking about it. It wasn't just the bugbear, but the bugbear and the archer were the two that were directly paid by Went to take this job, and you know, went and got the others to join on to it as well. And so those are the ones that mentioned Went and mentioned the other group, which is why, again, you know, he knew about it. And that they were told that they were coming out here just grab some outlaws, that the guards hired them, that you know, blah blah blah. And he's like, they weren't even straightforward about, I only heard the name Went because I heard them talking about, you know, Went and being, you know, that they probably could have gotten more money if they pressed for it or whatever. I just 2 gold. Who gets 2 gold to hang out in the woods for a couple of weeks? That's a lot. That's a significant amount of coin, you know. So I was happy to take the job, and you know, again, he's starting to really play that line of really wanting to help out, but like at this point he's done it so much, like, you know, when you play the story too often, it almost becomes like he's not trying as hard as he was earlier, at least in the moment isn't as convincing as he was earlier. So Mikhail's even starting to see like through with your earlier sense motive. You're even starting to see through it a bit, not as clear as Aldo, but you're like getting those inclinations initially with this chatting. But continue with the divulging of information. It's not unusual to be loved by, no, it's not unusual for the guards to actually go around and start hiring people to do jobs. He's like, it's not the first time I got hired with a group to go do a job. There was another time where we had to go and, you know, guard the docks, you know, and keep an eye on things for a shipment coming in. And I just figured the guards aren't in that part of the neighborhood as much because they moved them around, so they're in different parts of the neighborhood more than others. Getting hired by the guards as, you know, like backup for a neighborhood that they're not really in kind of makes a bit of sense for, you know, that kind of work. And so I just thought I did a good job there. I got a chance to do another good job, you know? And so that's like another little tidbit that you get. But any pressing for information you get beyond that, you don't know. And so on. Anyways, enough time passes that eventually, you know, you guys are getting a bit antsy, like it's been a few hours or whatever. And he's like, no, I swear, he's going to be coming. Then eventually you hear like a call in the woods. And it's one of those like, because you had been chatting with him so much and he's really trying hard to come on through good side, he doesn't even hear the initial call at first. So then when there's a second call, it's almost one of those, like, he realizes it a little too sharply. Aldo had already heard the first call and was like looking around, waiting for the second call. And then when the second, waiting for the guy to call back. When the second call comes in, Aldo's like, all right, crossbow is ready. Shit, something's fucked up. And then finally the guy calls back. And then the person, like, there's like a long pause. The person does a third call. And then he calls back again, like immediately this time. It's almost like the person was alerted because it wasn't an immediate response. And so now they seem to be relaxed enough that they're just crunching their way through the woods, coming in, not being discreet anymore. And Aldo is very quickly able to pick up where they are. He kind of didn't pinpoint, but knew the region based off calls. But once they start crunching through, Aldo's going to beat on them. You know, so he knows if he has to take a shot, wait until they're mostly through the cover or whatever that's there. Anyways, they're eventually going to come through the trees and come into view. It's late enough that you guys would probably have like, he's like, well, we have to start like a camp thing. Then you probably have like a low fire started, but it's like you probably don't even have a proper bed of embers in there yet, just like a low fire started. As the person comes crunching through, it's early enough that everybody can see, certainly Koa with his superior vision can see it's just a person, you know, coming through the area. You know, again, it could be human, could be Perrin, whatever, you know, walking through as you guys are approaching. And because they're coming in, like, they'll even call out, be like, caught me off guard for a second there with you not responding, you know, as they're making the way around, completely unsuspecting of the fact that there's, you know, somebody in the hole. They see a bit of movement as Koa is kind of like in there, but out of sight. And the two of you are are over by the camp over there. They even, turn around and, wave at the tree and to Aldo's character that's over there. And, Aldo probably makes some sort of mild gesture back, but leaning to have like a branch in his way. Let me go ahead and roll a check real quick here. I failed my perception check to notice that you're holding a crossbow instead of a longbow. So they don't even notice that or react to it. So they get pretty darn close. We're talking like if I grab just like another mini real fast. This person like gets properly to like over here with Koa inside here and Aldo up in the tree and where's Mikhail? Mikhail right here. They get properly to right here before they realize that something's off, before they notice Mikhail and be like, what the fuck? And even the guy that's with you, Mikhail, I don't know if you have his hands tied in front of him, because that way it's, God forbid they did turn on you, that they're safe. But they come around.
The dude who's with us?
Yeah.
We've kept him his hands tied?
It's up to you. Up to you.
Yeah, I mean, Koa would, but if you would have untied him while you were talking to him, that's probably up to you.
Aldo would have agreed with Koa.
Then yeah, Mikhail wouldn't fight that. He'd be on the fence a little bit.
Cool.
So
I do want to point out, Scott. Aldo is more or less holding an action to shoot in front of him if he goes to run.
Sure.
Just wanted that
warning.
Sounds great. No problem.
Yeah, when he passed by me, I was going to also say I would probably start, I don't know, trying to stealth. That way, if he doesn't respond well to the dudes, like tell him to stand down.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to charge out of there or anything.
No.
But you could have like a javelin at the ready to throw.
This is walk up and like try to grab him again.
Cool. Either way, so they're walking over, and so as they're walking up, all of a sudden you can see that they're talking, and as they're talking or whatever, they just like look up and stop mid sentence, like anyways, I didn't see anything happening over. Shit, and they like quickly start reaching for a weapon as they notice they don't know who the fuck Mikhail is, and so I imagine Mikhail wants to say something first.
If other dude doesn't,
Oh yeah,
then,
yeah. My apologies. Yeah, no, I forgot my own plan here. So he's like shit. And he starts reaching for his weapon, and the guy jumps up and he has his, of course he's cuffed, top bound, his hands in front of him. He jumps. He's like, no, hold on. And the guy's like, no, fuck you, traitor. And he's like, no, it's the valiant few. And he's like, what are you talking about? He's like, that's Mikhail. Koa's in the hole. Aldo's up in the trees. That's who we were sent to hunt. It's the valiant few. And the guy like has his weapon out now, and I don't know if Aldo takes the warning shot or whatever at this point. Oh, Jake's gone. I don't know if Aldo takes the warning shot.
Mikhail would have stood up.
This was if the dude was going to run away. If he's not running away, I don't think Aldo was going to shoot.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
He's like, it's them. That's who we were sent to hunt. That's who we were sent to fight. And he just kind of like looks, and he goes, oh, shit. Okay. So throw down your weapon, you idiot. And he goes to throw it down. Because you have the best sight on this, Mikhail, you can roll sense motive, because you're going to ask me anyways.
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh. That.
You can actually see this person is clearly caught off guard. There's a lot of things going on. Because they're so caught off guard, that might be interrupting, like getting a proper read on them. But he doesn't seem super surprised that he's being told it's the valiant few that's here. Again, it could just be that there's so much happening at once, it's kind of like throwing it off guard. Or maybe they either already knew or already suspected that this is the case. Remember, this isn't one of the ones that was hired directly by the guards. This is one of the other three, right?
Yeah, this would have been hired by or recruited by the bugbear in this case.
Correct, yeah. So again, it could be that they knew or suspected, or it could be that they're just thrown off. But you definitely have that thought in your head. Anyways, feel free to RP something. He's like, throw it on your weapon. He's like, oh, okay, and he throws it on the ground.
I think at this
you guys
point,
are good
Koa
to come
comes
out
up.
now.
Yeah.
And he'll
Koa
say,
steps up and goes to like nudge the guy toward the fire.
Yep. He looks at Koa as he approaches, and he just, doesn't say anything or do anything. He just, if you're like, gesture towards the fire, he'll acquiesce. He'll follow along.
You don't seem as surprised as the others.
Huh?
To find out who you were hunting? You don't seem as surprised.
Seems a little confused, or at least overtly looks confused by that, and says, "I don't know what you mean."
So you knew it was us you were after.
Diplomacy.
Can I sense motive that I don't know what you mean?
Oh yeah, you've already sensed motive at this point. I don't know if Aldo would actually come out of the trees, or if he would stay up there just in case their information was off, whatever it is.
Do you want to luck that and try to get closer to like a 15?
Aldo comes down and he's like, "Whew, there's some nice boots." They knew.
No, fuck it. You can roll. You can give him a +2 with your intimidate there, Aldo. Roll an intimidate. If you beat a 10, he takes a +2 from you before he makes a decision. Yeah, he gets a +2 from those. Are some nice boots.
So that's a 13. Yeah, that's probably worth lucking.
Yeah, go for it.
I luck or +4. I feel like I'd probably just luck it.
Yeah, I don't know if I want +4. Yeah. All right,
close enough.
16.
That
16.
Was fucking Jake. So he goes as he hears like Aldo saying that as he's moving over, and he's like legitimately kind of like thrown off by it, and then you say, you kind of like clarify, and he goes, I suspected. He goes, I had a hunch.
And you still thought it was worth trying to pursue this? You know who we are and what we've done.
It's too late. I was already out here. He says, it sounds, I'm making it sound kind of like a question, because while it's true, it comes off as being honest. He's like, almost like, are you going to accept that answer?
Well, I rolled an 8, so Koa might. Did the other two accept that answer?
To them.
Did you
Aldo's
share
gone
that
through
hunch? Did you share that hunch with anyone else? He said he's going through his pockets. Yeah.
Not directly. I asked a question here or there, but he looks around. Well, the other one doesn't talk much.
He will.
Does not say anything.
Worked together before?
He looking at the guy that you're already have with you, shakes his head and says, "No, first time."
No, not him. The other one, the big one.
Oh, couple times, little things.
Like what?
He shrugs, odds and ends here and there. Sometimes it's dock work, sometimes it's trapper work, sometimes it's
Sometimes it's killing people.
Sometimes the guards need something extra. He says, trying to sell it like, well, the guards asked us to do it.
Which guards?
He shrugs and says, I don't know for certain this time.
No, I mean the other time.
He says, I don't ask too many questions, but there's a couple of different ones. I know that things over the past couple, months, but I don't really ask. If it's coin, it's the guards doing it. It means I ain't getting arrested doing it. And the coin's real.
Aldo
You have
puts
pretty
his
good
hand on his
hunches.
shoulder.
Good.
He just goes, "Were you really going to kill me?"
No.
Are you lying?
No.
Aldo just looks to Koa at this point.
Well, technically he's telling the truth, Aldo. I don't think he could kill us. But I think he's lying in that he definitely would have, wouldn't you?
Seems like there's not much he wouldn't do for 2 gold.
I'm assuming Aldo's already pulled that out of his pockets by now.
Oh yeah, like, reaches
Yep.
in, grabs it, pulls it out.
What did he have weapon-wise? Just the bow, or did he have something else?
Yeah, no, he had a longbow and a sword on him. Again, it's the same as everybody else. The bow is new, the boots are new, but the rest of his stuff is, pretty regular.
Well, good news for you both. You get to come with us. And the better news for you is you get to come with us in better condition than the others.
Bad news is you're gonna have to go barefoot.
Legitimately, like looks a little perturbed by that. Like legitimately, if none of y'all ever walked in the woods barefoot, even if you have medieval level calloused feet, like if you, none of y'all ever walked, have you ever walked in your front
sucks.
lawn barefoot? Yeah.
It sucks. It sucks. But
That's
you know
why
what?
it's
Probably
bad news.
a lot worse. Getting shot with a fucking arrow probably sucks a lot worse.
But you guys are
Yeah.
both going to be disappointed whenever the better news is Koa puts them on Night Storm because he's nice.
The boots.
No, the people without
Yes.
boots. Yeah, with her
If you
new
do that,
barding, she'll look great.
Aldo's gonna bluff that he's sprained his ankle, and he needs to go on Night Storm.
We have our horses.
Well, our horses went back with the others, right? Transporting
'cause-
those things.
I imagine not all of the horses went back. That'd be silly, right? They have Nightstorm, probably one of the other ones, in case you need equipment or whatever, right?
Yeah. Well, we know Night Storm's with us, but I figure the others probably used for transport because we didn't bring fucking Jacobo out here.
No, I figured they had some horses at the crack at this point because they do have carts and stuff they use, right?
Well,
Yeah,
I was
sure.
like, is Mikhail taking any opportunity to take shots at Jacobo?
No, he never has.
Like, we don't need to take that one, do we?
No, but why would we bring the fucking donkey out here?
Yeah, I hear Mikhail saying it. Like, no, it's nothing against Jacobo. Why are we bringing a donkey?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I'm so evil for wanting to drag the donkey out of the safety of the stronghold into the woods. Okay.
Yeah. Now you're selling it.
If it was the other way around, we all know what they'd be saying.
So I imagine Koa lets Aldo make his point by making them walk to where we have the horses, and then Koa would be like, all right, that's enough. Get on the horse.
Aldo looks at you and he's like, "What?"
I'm going to have them ride back on the horse. They've got to be blindfolded anyway. What, you want them stumbling around in the dark when unable to see anything?
Yes.
Well, I don't really plan on being in the woods all night, so I do not.
Fair.
So I imagine we bind them both up, blindfold them, and we start making the trek back.
Yep. Just one more little thing. While you guys are in the camp, you don't have to make perception checks or anything like that because obviously the person who was with you would have given you some degree of extra guidance. There was some extra basic supplies here, some foodstuffs that they had with them, some extra things. Thing to note about inside the bugbear hole, he had his what's it called? His morning star in him. He also actually happened to have 4 javelins inside the hole with him too, and he had a considerable amount of meat in there. So it looks as though like somebody had, maybe himself, maybe somebody else had killed a fawn, and he had about half the fawn inside there as raw meat that
javelins?
he was eating through. What's up?
4 javelins?
4 javelins, yeah.
So 3 javelins we can give to the crack.
Nice.
1 to
You're saying the
refill my
crack is
missing
throwing
one.
spears?
No, javelins, Scott. You not listen?
Oh, sorry.
Your own words.
My apologies. Okay,
All right,
cool.
what else? Javelins and what else? Just basic supplies?
And
I
meat.
imagine whatever basic supplies, unless we need something, we're probably just going to be giving it to the people there.
Probably, yeah.
It's not probably much, but
Yeah, so we'll take all the meat and everything, and yeah, they'll enjoy that.
this is just me being curious. Did it look like they tore that tree down for him to have a hole there, or was this tree down for a while and they just picked this spot?
That's a survival check, sir. I know it sounds silly, but that's a survival check. Actually, legitimately, it looks like they ripped it down. Like, because the ground around here isn't so soft from like heavy rainstorms recently. Blah blah blah. And even Koa, just like out of curiosity, is like that seems a little silly, right? Like even Koa would go over and just like look along the tree, and you can see where ropes were tied around the trunk and like did some damage to where it was tied to, and they legitimately pulled this out for this to be the case. And it's just like, what the actual fuck? But yeah, they pulled it down for that.
It's wild. Okay. I guess we don't know much about bugbears, do we?
You actually really don't.
Not a ton.
Yeah. No, the poor tree. And so Moonstalker, IRL, our neighbor next to us has it's like a corner house coming onto like the street that we're on. So from an intersecting street onto the street that I'm on, they have a big corner lot, and they just cut down off their front yard these 3 big beautiful trees that have been there for like 50 plus years, God knows how long. They're just these gorgeous trees that are like one of those like nice welcome to the neighborhood, kind of like sites that you have. Now they're completely gone, just exposing sky, because they don't want to have to pick up leaves anymore. So that was just their, mind you, they have 2 fully dead, completely rotting trees in their same yard, but they chose to cut those ones down because they didn't feel like picking up leaves anymore. And so Brittany was talking to the neighbor across the street because she knows that woman well enough. And they were talking, and she's like, oh, yep, and they're saving up to cut down 6 more. And she's like, Brittany's like, what? Why are they cutting down 6? Are they at least going to get rid of the dead ones? Nope, those aren't the 6, because those ones don't give them a problem. So they're literally cutting down the total of 9 trees that are all like property lining ones. So it's like we don't have to see their house from ours and whatnot, just because they don't want to deal with leaves. And it's just like, oh my God, these trees are so beautiful. Like one of them is a flowering tree, so it drops like beautiful like pink petals and whatnot because they don't want to have to rake. And I'm like, in my opinion, if you don't want to rake, don't live in New England. Like go down south, go away, go down there where you don't have to rake.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Where are there? How far south to get away from trees?
To get away from raking, Florida. You don't have to rake.
Okay,
in Florida.
okay. I was gonna say like we have trees, we have raking. Like I don't know, you go further south than us.
Oh, you can't not rake the leaves, because the same woman that Brittany was talking to that told her about the cutting down 6 more trees was like, honestly, I'm happy about it because they don't ever pick up their leaves until way too late in the season, and they're always blowing into our yard. And the woman Brittany was talking to is one of those people that have to have plush grass. There's like 3 houses across the street that have to have like that Midwest mentality when it comes to grass. Again, the guy that lives directly across the street from me was out on his lawn bouncing on his grass like a week and a half ago just to make sure it was springy enough.
I'm so glad we have these talks in the middle of our D&D sessions.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah.
I love hearing about your neighbors bouncing on their grass.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to, I don't even remember who.
Oh, great. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
we have
kidding, it was
another
Moon.
PC in the session. Okay, my bad.
Anyways, back to you guys.
What were we doing before we learned about Scott's neighbors for 10 minutes? I don't remember.
Found javelins, found out the tree was ripped out of the ground, and found some meat and some other basic supplies, gathered them up, and head out with them blindfolded on the horse.
Do I need to roll anything to get back to the crack?
No, you know it well.
Okay.
Cool.
So
Feel free to
I guess we're
RP or
sticking-
anything you want to do along the way, if anything at all.
I don't think we'd be saying much in front of these guys at this point, unless you guys had something you wanted to say to them or whatever.
No. Nah.
I think we just get back, Scott.
Okay. So you guys head to the crack, make your way around the back door of the crack.
Did you see there was one proposed new name?
Which one was it?
Snaga's Snatch.
What? Why?
That is a name.
Well,
it's that or Bussy are the only 2 I remember. So like,
I'm just saying it was proposed.
Well, Snaga is technically a serpent.
Jake who proposed. I think Jake proposed it even, right?
So wouldn't it be
was that me?
Snaga's cloaca?
Maybe it
Like,
wasn't. I always believe Jake, so it couldn't have been him then. We get back to the for now crack. Future, who knows what? I guess. Unless something else happens. along the way.
Jurda's crack is just too perfect for it. Like that's why it sticks.
it's a terrible name. It doesn't even roll off the tongue. Well,
But it just fits.
I suppose you could
Right.
plunge, you know.
Mm.
Anyways, so
Yeah. You know, you always like a name where every time you try to talk about it, it sounds wrong. That's what you want.
Mm-hmm.
all right.
At least that's what Jake wants. And what Jake wants, we agree with.
Yep. That sounds good to me.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Aldo, should they just give you all the gold coins from this task?
No, we already divvied it out, and I suggested that Koa takes more. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. So you guys get back to the crack and are able to dive in, making your way in. Obviously, the people that are several hours ahead of you, or a few hours ahead of you, whatever it is. So, my apologies. Your travel back is going to take you well into. It's almost like forced march territory. It is forced march territory. So I do need a fort save from each of you.
On check or fort save?
Con.
Okay.
I'll probably get that wrong forever. Okay.
Aldo's
That's
doing well
past
with
the
those new
first.
boots.
That's a pass the first time. And I don't care about the second time. So you guys are able to get back there when your fatigue doesn't matter. You get back to the crack and are able to go in where the others have already been, kind of like walked away or what have you. As for when you come in, you'll have, first people agree to take the horses from you, kind of like take care of that stuff. The more or less people just take over things for you. They turn down the horses, they take your equipment off and they'll put it to the side. It's even so far as someone's like, hey, you want me to oil those for you? Like for your weapons? And you're like, I don't know how I feel about that. Like,
No, we're good. Thanks.
It'll be, of course, what's his name? Not Leon. Edric will kind of come and talk to you and be like, won't lie, you guys turning up so late. I was getting a bit worried. I was thinking about sending the 5 back out to go find you.
Well, just took a while for the 5th to roll around, but we got him.
Got him, or... And then sees
He's alive.
Sees the two of
Yeah.
them get led by, and he's like, all right. He goes, there was a little bit of interest in interrogating. And I said, ain't no interrogating being done till y'all got back. That's the way we do things. But Leon went ahead and did it anyways.
Oh, excellent. You learn anything interesting?
He shrugs and says, you'll have to talk to him.
All right.
We found some armor that's really good quality. I'm pretty sure it's close to fitting you.
He like
Little
looks
worn,
down.
but it's quality armor.
He looks around. He looks down at himself and he goes, "What, you trying to cover this up?"
Sometimes.
He'll chuckle, and says, "I'll give it a look over."
We
He
have
nods.
some, mine, not a lot, but some basic supplies, but some more bows and such too. So, adding to the armory here, I guess.
He says, "It'll make hunting easier. Now, if only we could find ourselves a damn Fletcher." And you actually have Dwayne nearby. Goes, "Actually, I've been doing that for the past 2 days." He's like, "Oh, all right."
Oh, great. Feeling better, Dwayne?
Nods and says, "Yeah, on the mend."
Good. I guess we need to talk to Leon, and I think that's all we have to do today, right?
Leon, and get some sleep.
Drink.
Yeah. Maybe some of that too. Couldn't hurt.
We did remove 9 hostiles today, and we kept. How many of them do keep alive? 7, 8?
All but
We only
one,
lost
I think.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, only Aldo.
Yeah.
Took on 9, kept 8 alive. Honestly, that's the most impressive thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
it's impressive how quickly you fill in that cell.
yeah, we'll have to figure out what the hell we're gonna do with them.
It's
But
a lot of food.
it won't be too long.
Oh, I thought he meant to eat them.
I
Not the
was
Barren
confused
Lands.
by your face.
Mikhail, we gotta figure out what to do with them, and you were like, "That's a lot of food." That's like, what?
Did we bring that meat, by the way? That you found?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the deer or whatever, yeah.
Jesus, man! I was like, "What the fuck is Edric saying?"
yeah, we already
on the
butchered
wrong
him.
side.
Are we
Yeah, we are the baddies. We've answered the age-old question.
Oh God.
Okay.
Edric's been a cannibal this whole time.
He's like, you keep bringing these new recruits in. Mm.
We should have known he's an NPC Scott made. We knew there would be a turn.
The last one had a lot of hair.
Y'all find any of them a Fue? They're just a little more tender.
I like them gamey.
Yara was sure a treat.
Oh.
It took me a second to realize how that landed. I was like, why is it? Oh, shit.
Like, I'm not even joking. I saw Wade's face and I was like, is something wrong? Did I miss something? Oh, shit.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't even remember what was said at this point. I've already lost the plot, but I just remember Keegan said something, and then your response was, "It's a lot of food."
We'll have to figure out what to do with them.
Yeah, with
That
the
was
8
it. Yeah.
people, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of food.
Okay. Yes, it is a lot of
won't be
food.
long.
We don't want to burden you with that, but at the same time, well, I guess we'll have a meeting and talk to Leon about it too, and see what we all agree the best course of action is. Bit of an unprecedented situation we're in.
He goes, yeah, not sure what unprecedented means. He just kind of agrees and says, I'll make sure the keg still has something in it. And he, starts
I'll
walking
make
up.
sure it doesn't.
You go walking with him, I assume?
No, I got to talk to Leon, but
All right.
you know.
Yeah, he goes to leave, and Koa and Mikhail just grab him. We're like, after.
Mikhail will go, keep going, I'll catch up. And he jogs after Edric real quick, and he'll just be like, it means we haven't dealt with it before.
Huh?
Unprecedented.
You haven't
Means
dealt
we
with
haven't dealt with it
before?
That's what the word means.
Oh. So if I'm like, I got a corn in my foot, it's unprecedented.
If you've never had one before, then yes.
He actually
So it'd probably be something else.
Yeah, he looks a little bit perplexed. Wait, but I haven't dealt with it yet. And then you get offered clarity, and maybe it's not worth pressing on at the moment.
I'll just leave him. Just kind of pat him on the shoulder and jog back.
Yep. He's gonna walk off and think about this to himself as he tricks the keg. And you guys can go meet up with Leon, which he's not far off. He's having a conversation with one of the other people that you can tell by the way he's speaking to them that they seem to be somebody we'll use the word deputizing, like he's trying to find potential in this person, so he's giving them the opportunity to take on additional responsibilities to see, like, you get that kind of like, mentor to students kind of vibe off of the way that he's speaking to them. But everything that you know of Leon, and certainly the way that he speaks to different people different ways, he comes off both equally more sharp and more lenient for the people that are in here. Like, he recognizes that this is not just a militia. This is a militia of volunteers that aren't directly defending their home, right? Like so he knows he has to be very flexible, so otherwise people could easily drop out. But he's also has a sharpness to him that you would expect from somebody who is clearly the commander in charge, right? So it's you're just seeing him interact with people different than how you really have prior, because you've not seen him do these kind of things prior. Anyway, so you guys approach, and I imagine give him the grace of finishing the conversation.
Yeah, we would not interrupt his teaching moment.
Yep. And once the person turns and walks off, they give like a smile to the three of you, to appreciate that you're there, or whatever it is, and probably a little proud that you saw them having this moment with Leon. And then they'll go off to do their task. Bushy feathered. And then Leon will turn to the three of you and say, busy day.
Definitely. We heard you got some information out of the prisoners that were already here.
Unfortunately, not really. The one that I believe was posted in a tree. He had a wound in his arm. He had awoken, and so I took some time to speak with him and got a tidbit of information, but not much more than what you had acquired prior. Somebody by the name of Went of the guard had hired them to do this task, and apparently he's been hired by guards in the past to do so before. Not exclusively of Went, but a couple of other guards as well. The names escape me, but I did write them down, so you can inquire into those afterwards. But beyond that, he didn't really have much detail. It wasn't known that the three of you were the direct targets. Just a description, though they seemed to have a hunch after a period of time. But they didn't directly know it was the three of you, or at least that's what he's claiming.
The big one was allegedly the leader of their group.
That's what I surmised from talking to the others. Unfortunately, you gave them quite the wallop. I don't think that they're going to be awake until the morning.
Yeah.
These last two, one of them's a little more talkative, a little bit more willing to work with us. Seemed like he didn't know who he was after, but the other one seemed like he had a hunch. Like he had an idea of what was happening, and his only real excuse was that he was already out there.
Desperate times. Even the average man is going to grasp to what they can. Let's not judge them too harshly for the decision they made. It was Beltran that's put them into this scenario. It certainly falls unsavory to me to take a job like this, hunting somebody down, and even with a hunch to continue pursuing it to one degree or another. But I'm not here to, again, cast judgments, just to provide whatever assistance I can.
They were in a difficult spot, to be fair. They had to side with either the guard or us, assuming that their hunch was correct, so I also do not judge them too harshly for it.
I don't think they had to side with us or the guard at all.
Could have turned the job down.
Exactly.
Well, we don't know exactly how Beltran's guard handles that sort of thing, do we?
He pays well, apparently. And if we're being honest, probably paid us back our own money. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking here, the money that was taken from us, probably passed on to people like Went, to do this anyway.
Well, I don't disagree. I'm just saying if someone says no to one of Beltran's jobs, then perhaps their life becomes more uncomfortable.
Yes, that's possible.
As Aldo said, this pays well. This is going to be a
$2 is a
job
lot.
that people are going to jump over to gather because of the pay. They're going to oversee certain details. I mean, if this wasn't sanctioned by the authorities, then this is something that perhaps we should you can see there's like struggling for sharing his own opinion, which it's not his place to do because it's not his land, it's not whatever it is. So he just kind of like quashes that, and then he says, the simple fact of the matter is the authority of the land offered them a significant amount of money to do a job that apparently they were willing to do. The fact that you were able to capture them alive, maybe some sense can be knocked into them. Who knows? Maybe some of them can even be converted.
Aldo looks at Koa and he says, Koa, you realize too, right? These guys were paid not to capture, but to kill. Like if that arrow had gone slightly higher, Dwayne wouldn't be here.
I don't disagree with you, Aldo. I'm not saying that they're paragons of goodness, but they're people in a rough spot who, yes, are unsavory, but so is Casper. Casper was involved in a very awful trade and turned out to be an ally of some use. So my point being is, yes, I can judge them for being what they are, but taking this particular job, what wouldn't a lot of people in a desperate situation do for 2 gold? especially if it's sanctioned by the god.
No. I know that. I don't know actually, but I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have taken money to
either,
kill
even in my
these
most
people.
desperate time, but some of them are probably vile people and some may be desperate. I just want to give them the benefit of the doubt. As Leon said, maybe some of them could be converted. If not, he will turn back to Leon. This is a bit unprecedented for us. What do we do with them?
Oh, this isn't an army. You're not raising an army. We're not training soldiers. It's a militia. And militia combat, the militia soldiers, if you will, the militiamen, they come in all different shapes and sizes. And someone realizing the error of their fight can turn and join yours. This is potentially an opportunity for them. I'm not saying open the cages and hand them a weapon, line them up, but it is an opportunity for you to work your charm and see if it's something that you can, fish out amongst them before you end up inevitably heading to Hardgwen again. That'd be my hope, is that you can convert some of them. Because if we're going to be feeding them, they are going to come at a burdensome cost. And I'd rather feed somebody that I'm training to aid in our cause than somebody that we're not. And if we're not going to be feeding them, I think we can all agree that execution is not the correct path here.
Yes, I think we can agree on that immediately.
Mikhail doesn't answer.
Neither does Aldo.
But you spoke for the three of them. Not everybody has to say yes for it to be understood yes. So when Koa says that, he says, then whoever can't be converted, perhaps you even have to make that decision between now and when you leave. We can't leave them here. They're going to slow down progress. They're going to hurt us. There's only so much our supply can be stretched. And we don't want to be rationing. That's going to hurt morale to ration our supplies for these prisoners when we haven't even started the fight yet. You're going to have to take them out. Bring them to wherever else they're going to be held. Perhaps you release them back to Hardgwen. But then what have they seen? Certainly if they worked for Beltran directly or indirectly, what they have seen of this place, the cells, the description, the smells, Beltran likely will be able to understand where it is that you're located. Okay, then you have to backtrack and bring them to a different town. Which town? Who does Beltran have in, there that he can get this information from? Or you can get me more supplies.
We can't just hold these people indefinitely.
Agreed. They've broken no laws. You certainly have done the right thing. You defended yourself. You captured them rather than killing them. We are doing the right thing. And there is an understanding for how long we'll call them prisoners of war, can be kept. But eventually we get to the point of where are we pushing the line of what is reasonable. We have time till we get there, but we're going to have to find that line. Preferably before our supplies run out.
Well, hopefully some of the new bows, we did bring back, what's like 6 or 8 longbows or something? Everyone had a bow except the bugbear, right?
Except the
Correct.
bugbear, yeah.
7 bows. So hold on, 8 bows, yep.
Yeah.
8 bows, 9
we gave
boots.
1 to Dwayne.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
that's
7 bows
eight
to the
go.
group. Well, we've brought back 7 bows for the group, as well as Dwayne. I do hope we can talk to Dwayne and perhaps convince him to help our cause. He's a very talented individual when it comes to hunting, gathering, surviving in the wilderness, that kind of thing. I think his expertise there would be invaluable to helping these men learn to gather for themselves to maybe increase the number of supplies. As far as just flat out food and drink, it's gonna be a bit hard for us to find the resources, I think, to supply this place for very long. We don't exactly have a steady source of income.
Right. You can live off the land a bit, but like I guess we see which of them we can convert, really, and who won't just pay lip service. And out of the ones we can't or can't trust, find out maybe if there's somewhere else they can go. We can't release them to Hod Gwen. We just can't. Not now.
We have to assume anywhere we take them, either Beltran's got men there or they can find their way back. We can't believe.
Of course.
I think they won't get back there.
Of course, but distance is a deterrent. You know? It's not like we're leaving them with the money they made. Not going to exactly have supplies to make that trek back. They'll need to find work where they are. But if, as was said before, executing them is off the table, we can't just flounder on an answer. We have to find something definitive.
I want to be clear. It's not if.
It is off the table then.
He gives you kind of like a firm look. Like, you can see he's like reading. Like, he's giving you a firm look, intentionally trying to make you uncomfortable to read you. As he's, because like, the fact that he was even brought up in conversation is clearly like now not sitting well with him. But eventually this conversation goes on. Whoever speaks next he will let it move to the next point.
We kept them alive, yes, because we knew that they were not our enemy. They were hired to do something bad and they were our enemy in the moment, but their motivations are financial or whatever have you. Now, the leader that we haven't gotten to speak to yet, I have no idea where his allegiances lie. The others just seem like, for lack of a better word, thugs or mercenaries. Right? A dime a dozen in places like Hod Gwen.
Right.
Especially now with
those.
Beltran starving out the less wealthy areas.
Look, what's our worst case then? Is it just to release them back to Hod Gwen? Is that...
Worst case would start with none of them are deemed convertible. And so they must either continue to stay here and drain resources or be released to one direction or the next. I don't know where you can send them to that can be housed. There's certainly no town nearby that can take on 8 prisoners for an extended period and free of charge. That is a considerable resource drain for anybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
you kept the blindfolds on?
Hmm?
Have you kept the blindfolds on?
No. They're maybe bound, but they can remove blindfolds themselves. They're not. We didn't use the manacles to chain them to the walls. We didn't want to treat them like the cage's previous inhabitants.
I think the question's more so, have they seen more than just the cells? But even the cells might be enough for Beltran to figure things out.
They have not.
Hear things.
They have not seen anything beyond maybe a couple of people looking at them, including myself speaking with them. But I agree. My assumption is if a strong enough description was shared with Beltran or somebody close enough to him, they would be able to surmise where it is they're being kept. Or at least lay this location as a reasonable suspicion and can investigate further.
Are you worried about the fact they've seen your face?
No. My reputation is going to perhaps have them investigate me, but it's unlikely they would outright attack me. I may be retired, but I have enough reputation that I don't think somebody would be foolish enough to attack me yet. Maybe in a year or two, once the word of my retirement is settled in, that might be a different story. But for now, I'm hoping if they can identify who I am, they believe that Paradel would take
Retaliate.
action against something like that.
Does this escalate our timetable for having to deal with Beltran because of the concerns of what they know?
Depends on whether or not they're released and where they're released to. That would escalate the timetable.
We have to assume that even if all 8 agreed to convert, one of them would be lying and try to escape or something. Well, we can't possibly believe they'd all just turn and join our cause for no good reason, especially
Right.
if there's not much coin in it.
Then we use the buddy system.
He kind of looks at him like,
It's a training exercise we use in Paradel when we're dealing with people recently brought in from Inclame. It is the buddy system. It's one of the ways that a soldier is able to learn to fight well alongside those adjacent to them, as they have to learn to move with them, anticipate their movements, understand them well. The buddy system is where you literally tether two soldiers together, somebody that will fight alongside them to their side on the battlefield. You might be familiar with the phalanx soldiers that a Maltese use or anything like this. It is the same kind of concept. We literally bind the new recruits onto those that are already fully converted, preferably with individuals that we believe that can overpower them. And then if they try to escape, it's going to be made more difficult by being bound to another person. But we don't just simply say, we don't trust you, we're binding you. It's part of the buddy system, the training technique. They learn to move together, to travel together. It's uncomfortable to shit in front of the other person next to you, but so is it uncomfortable to help hold in someone's guts as they're bleeding out in the field of battle. It's just a way of training them and preparing them.
Well, let's hope we're very persuasive then.
Suppose we have to be. Okay.
Start tonight, or just let them sleep it off and face it all in the morning?
Some of them aren't even going to be awake tonight.
I know, but that would give us a head start on the others.
Maybe. Might be better to deal with them all directly. That's who they're going to be spending the time with once we walk away anyhow.
Right.
Word of advice. This is your task, and I'm going to remove myself from it from here. Whoever you dictate being released and trained, that's who I'll take on under my wing. And then I will make decisions from there based off of my own instincts after they're given to me. But a word of advice as you're speaking with them. Don't do it individually. Individually may have the benefit of trying to knuckle in and understand one person, but it's not one person you're speaking to. It's a group. You need to know how one of them is going to knock down the others or sway the others as it persists, as they spend time together.
That eloquates my point much better than I did, thank you. I agree, clearly. Okay. I don't think Wu will be much of a problem. But I don't know. It seems like he could be easy to influence other ways, and we don't know what the attitudes of the sleeping ones are like.
I worry about the big one. If he was the leader of this group and other ones had suspicions and he was the one that worked with Wint and everything else more directly, one, they might be scared of him, but two, if he knew what he was getting himself into and went along with it anyway, he might not give a shit about our cause at all, no matter how persuasive we are.
Yeah, same with the fifth. He seemed to have an idea of it and tried it anyway.
With Beltran making... Go ahead.
It's just worth the money to some of them.
And we can't really offer that.
No.
Beltran had provided, Wint had provided them new bows, looked like some new armor maybe, or weapons, equipment, boots, whatever have you. We won't have those same things to offer. We have a cause and righteousness, I suppose, on our side, but that may not mean much to people that are used to starving or barely getting by, so we're going to have to figure out how we convince them.
Do they know how to use the bow?
Oh, yeah.
At least a couple of them did.
Well, if those couple of them are the ones that are converted, we give them their bow back. We tell them not only will they use it for the cause, but they can keep it afterwards. It will be borrowed for the cause in their hands, but if they choose to walk at a later date, once things are resolved, it's theirs to keep. Same as anything else that's being borrowed for the cause. If you took anything else of theirs, we return it to them, and it's being borrowed through them for our benefit.
So
you can also return their coin if you would like as well, so they're not losing anything in joining us.
No.
He looks to you and says, "Why?"
Not only that. And he looks at the other two. He goes, "I'm having no part in this. These men just tried to kill us, and I had to kill one of them that shot and nearly killed Dwayne. I'm not doing this. And Aldo like just turns and walks off to where Edric was.
He takes a deep breath and says, he takes a deep breath, and you can see like Leon's like watching after him. Doesn't say anything, but you can see like has thoughts, but doesn't say anything.
He
Eventually,
doesn't
he'll turn
like
back
having
to
to kill. He doesn't like having to kill people, which none of us do. But
I think it's more than that. It's
even in
he doesn't
self-defense,
he doesn't respect that decision to kill for money. You know, at least that's the impression I got. And I can't say I disagree with him too much. That's why I'm having trouble with this. We have to find a solution, and it's tough to thread the needle.
I don't disagree. Every day I worry. Guinevere is in Hardgwen. Beltran just put 9 men out there to try to kill us. If he gets an inkling that she and I are together, much less engaged, what happens to her? He had no problem sending 9 men after us. Plus we have this whole place, everyone here. We have Elliot. We have Ashanti. We have so many people helping us that he could wipe out. One person here gets offered enough coin, and they rat out this place. Then he and his army are coming in.
Yep.
One of these people decides to trick us into saying, yes, they'll join our cause, and then we are responsible for saying, Leon, yes, I trust this man. I think he will join us. He runs off and tells them what we've said.
They would have a hard time running off.
I hope so, but
It's
what
not
if
a
they're
hope.
out on a
One
patrol?
of the first things that we did was find the places to put guards up around our own position. And those guards don't just look outwards, they look inwards too. We're not only just looking for scouts that are coming in and trying to find our location, we're looking for spies that are going to try to sneak information out.
Well, eventually I'm just saying if they find a way to get out, it's not impossible. It could still put this whole place in danger, and that decision comes to us. I fight with this decision too, is what I'm saying, Mikhail. I don't know the correct answer, but we need people, we need able-bodied people, and if these guys are desperate enough to take coin to offer for murder, then perhaps they'll see things differently as Casper did. He was essential to what we did before, and he was, again, part of something terrible. At least giving them a choice and trying to find out.
You're not wrong. The difference here is what they were willing to do for coin that we can't offer them.
Do we know how far Casper was willing to go or not?
We know where he stopped. I get it. We give him a chance. I'm just concerned about some of them. The ones that we won't be able to convince.
Edric probably worked with a lot of these men before. Edric, I'm not saying he was willing to do as shady things as that, but he was a mercenary in town. He might know some of
Edric's
these men
on our
or know
side.
of them.
Edric's on our side, you know?
What's the alternative? We don't trust any of them, and we drop them off somewhere and then hope it stays that way?
I'm not saying we don't try to convince some of them. Right? I'm fine with it. If that works, great. We have more people here who pitch in. I guess that's where it is. We see that. If we can get all of them, then great. And we don't have to worry about the other part.
I think we find a way. We convince them. And if some of them refuse, we take them to, I don't know, Harad or Forvin, however far we can get, and drop them off.
Sure. But as you said, Beltran could have people there, or they can just come back.
I have to assume they do have people there. The Birdman sent something from the Chev or Forvin as it was. We're sure of that. So, yes, they're going to find things out. At this point, we have to assume they know as much as there is to know. I don't want to believe that, but we'd be caught off guard if we pretended that this could stay invisible forever.
If we're going to release them...
How many are here?
If we're going to release any of them, we may as well just take them to Hardgwen ourselves.
And
that's where they'll go. The distance is a deterrent.
I agree with this
But-
entirely. If you bring them to Hogwin yourselves, you are not just allowing information to get out there. You are saying, have it on a silver platter. I'm not afraid of you. It's a statement as opposed to, it's a problem. It's the problem we're trying to avoid. Let's not pretend like that's not the case. But it's at least giving the information up from a position of strength, and might give a bit of pause before the next action they take, or at least to a more intelligent person, it might give a bit of pause. We don't know how Beltran acts yet. He may be foolish enough to be like, haha, let's go now. Which, unfortunately, in this scenario, wouldn't be foolish, because it is a bit of a bluff.
True.
Well,
That
bluff may be all we
recklessness
have
could
on our
work for
side.
him.
No, I understand that is the case. It's bluff, it's hope, it's pain. This is what we're using to hold this cause together. But those have won wars before.
Yes. Without knowing his temperament, it's just tough to know what message that delivers to Beltran. If we march them back in, right? It's still our best option, but
I will be honest, though. If you convert some, let's argument's sake, you convert 3, you march the other 5 back in. Do those 3 know that you're doing that? Do those 3 have family or friends? Would Beltran know that you have brought these 5 back as a position or a show of strength or a bluff, with the understanding that the other 3 have converted? Are those 3's family or friends now potential targets as pain points for retaliation?
Likely, yes, because the other 5 will, if they're going to turn back, tell them.
I
We
will
can't
see.
pretend they're dead.
That's something that we can't fully plan for. It's casualties of
No.
war, unfortunately. But again, if you're looking for a position or a place to work with, if we think that Beltran is the kind of person that would use that against these people to hurt you, then you know where he's going to strike, and you can lay a trap. It's always trying to think one step ahead of him. It's like the game Conqueror that I was teaching you, Koa. You are putting yourself out there, giving yourself an opening for him to strike against you. But in that opening, you can place a trap. You can show how he has orchestrated some sort of retaliation against these people, or have him play his hand in public, or perhaps draw out some more of people that are loyal to him and, do whatever actions you can against them. There is the unfortunate side of whoever it is that we're putting in harm's way does in fact suffer. That is casualties of war. But it could benefit us in the long run, and could benefit even them in the long run.
I will offer to them first that if they want us to try to bring their families or friends here to
Koa,
join the cause.
let's say 3 convert, and each of those 3 have 2 family or friends. You're bringing 6 more. That means we're now up to 9. And if those individuals aren't able to aid the cause, we have mouths to feed that are not aiding the cause.
Then they'll find a way to aid the cause. I'm not going to leave their families left to be butchered just because it might help us in the long run. I'll at least make the offer. And if I have to fund it myself, then I shall. I can't just leave them out for slaughter without them having a choice.
I also don't think this is a decision that can be made now. I think it's one that you're going to have to sleep on. I think the 3 of you will have to come to terms with it. I don't think making a decision without some degree of Aldo's, at least, if not his blessings, his agreement that this is the path you're taking, even if he disagrees with what it is. We have to have a degree of unity here. If we lack that in that scene amongst our people, that could cause a schism of morale. Whatever decision you make, Aldo's stomping off and, angry mumblings into a bottle or a corner or whatever could be overheard and could lay seeds of doubt. We can't afford doubt when we're held together by hope and pain.
We will speak to Aldo tonight. We will find common ground with all 3 of us. We'll figure out a plan. We'll talk to them all tomorrow. And we'll proceed from there.
You know how to find me if you want advice on any of the matter, but I think at this point it's your cause. It's your decision. I will take whoever it is you ask me to take into the fold for training. I'll keep prisoner who you ask me to keep prisoner, and obviously you'll take with you whoever it is that you'd like. The one thing I will not do, however, is an execution. It's not an option.
It is not an option.
The best I could do is to bring them some distance from here and release them to the wilds. But they likely will find their way back to wherever it is, to civilization.
Right. Well, thank you, Leon, for all of this, and sorry to keep you up so late. We would have been back early if we could have.
I am getting old.
With these decisions we have to make these days, I feel we all are.
He will kind of like wherever sit. Let's assume you guys are standing there. He'll just say, "Good evening, gentlemen," and I'll turn and walk off.
Yeah, evening.
We need to talk with Aldo. Leon's right. We need to give the appearance of strength, confidence, and the people here are living in such a way where they need us to be their hope, even if we don't know what the hell we're doing.
Yeah, me too. I
We need to
don't.
be friendly and jovial and playing music and telling of our heroic deeds, embellishing whatever they need to know that they're on the side of victory.
Sure. Aldo and I can play pretend, but can you?
I don't need to.
What I'm saying is, if we do have a disagreement in how something's handled, I can put on a show that we're unified, even if I don't like what decision we make. I'm outvoted or whatever happens. Aldo can do that too. But what if it's the other way? What if it's something you don't particularly agree with?
Barring something like execution or leaving people out to die, I will take them myself, Mikhail, before I allow that to happen. I will take them and drop them off somewhere else, knowing what that consequence may be. The three of us have worked well enough to know each other at this point. I don't think it will come to a decision that I'm against that's so strong that I'll be torn apart. I think we will do what's best.
You just answered me. You would do it yourself. You would take your own solitary action to fulfill your own morals.
To stop an execution? Yes, I would.
That's an extreme example, but I think you see what I'm getting at. That's different than putting on a face to say that you agree with what's happening. I'm starting to worry
before with some of the stuff with Beltran and Shanti and keeping secrets here and there. I've bit my tongue, and I've kept my head high, and I've owned that. Barring something extreme, I will do the same. I'm not as good at pretending or hiding things as you two are, as you're saying, but I can make peace with the decision that the three of us agree on, even if it's something I don't necessarily think is the best. If we all agree, we all agree.
Okay, I can accept that. As far as Aldo goes, yeah, we need to talk to him. I have an idea of where his head's at, but I don't really have much in the way of convincing him otherwise.
It's between Jordan's thoughts.
I can sympathize with not wanting to look around here and see the people that tried to kill us walking around, made whole with their gear and gold intact. Doesn't really sit right with me either. Even if they are tied to someone else just in case they run.
I don't disagree. How much do you think it would take supplies to buy supplies for this place, even for just a week? What do you think the cost would be?
Can I roll like a praise or something to try to make like a ballpark guess on that, Scott?
It's I'm trying to, so I'm looking at like trade goods for this. Like if you're talking about like a keg of cheap shitty ale, there's a couple of silver Wheat per bushel is like 6 silver. Fine wine is a gold piece a bottle. I was trying to see
What
some
about
other,
gruel?
like, so gruel is, I've made gruel and many times in
And that's
life.
wheat. You know,
Um,
that's what the wheat would be for.
so yeah, so things like that are an option. So like if you say, let's assume, like, how much gold did you get? You guys defeated 9 people, so that's 18 gold. So that's 10 bushels of wheat. I don't know how big a bushel is and how much that feeds people. Let's just say 10 bushels of wheat is 6 gold, and we just hit 18, so that's 30 bushels of wheat can be purchased just alone with what you acquired. Now, granted, somebody with a wagon has to go and collect it and then bring it back. I don't know, maybe 30 bushels requires 2 wagons to go and collect and bring back. But like,
Cover tracks, all that. Yeah.
yeah, you also have to cover your ass. It's not an easy thing to do, but that's also training if they go and get it from a place that's maybe not as dangerous. So like, you can definitely, just with the gold you picked up, buy supplies to extend the stay. It just, wheat is sustenance, but it's not sustaining.
Yeah.
It's not nourishment, right? So like, that can be done if that's kind of like the question you were asking, Wade.
Yeah, it was more so like, well, what if we find a compromise? What if instead of giving them their gold back, for everyone who agrees to join the cause, that 2 gold goes toward making this place better in some way?
And funny enough, so there are kingdom building rules about like how much it costs, like, for resources. So resources is like a meta mechanic that exists for the kingdom building rules, and then kind of built in how it is that you can purchase resources with gold, and then resources are what you use to maintain armies. I'm not going to dig into the rules for that now, but that's another way that we can look at this. And hey, just as a fun fact, Pathfinder 2e is coming up with mass combat rules, which is different than like the simplified king making shit that you kind of we're already talking about. But this like mass combat, it's more of like what you guys are technically about to get into, where they're not actually an army, but it's a mob of people fighting. But it's coming out, I think, in July or August. But back to the game. So Wade, you guys could spend gold and you can get stuff and buy them time. It's just the more mouths that you leave there.
This is about convincing Aldo that we're not just giving them their gold back. This was like, okay, they agree to join the cause. Here's their 2 gold toward helping the cause, rather than just giving it to them. Like, instead of just giving, like, this is Koa trying to talk to Mikhail about a way to approach talking to Aldo. This is a really like meta conversation, I guess.
Okay, so it's like, I'm just trying to break this down. So it's like the cost for your freedom is your interest in the cause, like genuine interest in the cause. It's like an unlockable cost. For your freedom is like a genuine interest in the cause. And then for the opportunity to join the cause, you must, almost like Scientology, buy into it, right? Like you're paying a cost to join the ranks.
I think it's a way of us showing like, hey, we're not just taking your money.
Yeah.
To them, but also for Aldo, it's like, hey, we're not just giving them their stuff back, we're investing in the cause.
Yeah.
And if we have to take them back to like Hodgwin and drop them off, it's like, well, yeah, we're not going to give them their bow back and be like, try again next week.
Is there a long-term ROI? So if it's one of those, like, it's one thing if you're like, somebody just joins the cause, the return on investment is a better society, right? But for them, sure, it's a better society, but also like the reason why they took this shitty job, in theory, let's assume they're relatively on the up and up, or the mid. The reason why they joined this is because they themselves were strapped or wanted the coin or whatever it is, whatever the reasoning is. If we just take that coin, they get the better society, but like they still are in their shitty spot. I'm not saying you can't convince them. It's just laying out details.
Well, I mean, I think the whole point of this place is that they're learning to be self-sufficient. We're hoping to get Dwayne to stay here to teach them better survival and hunting and stuff like that. They're getting bows, they're getting weapons, so it's kind of like, hey, you're investing in learning how to help this group survive and take care of themselves, and we will provide where we can, we will bring things when we can, but like, this isn't a place where you go to make money, this is a place where you go to do the right thing, and hopefully eventually we get rid of evil and you guys are on the right side of history. It's not an easy buy-in, obviously.
I'm not arguing with you.
But right now, I think I was asking those questions more so for talking to Aldo to get him on our side.
Yeah. So I guess Mikhail's answer to, how much would it cost? He'd say, look, I don't have like a hard number I can give you. I mean, we could help this place with supplies, with what we've gotten just off of the people we captured. I don't know for how long, but it would help. It doesn't cost that much to get wheat and that kind of thing. We can put their money towards that, but I don't know. I think we just have to talk to him. Maybe he's got an idea of what he wants to do.
We should talk to him in private. We don't want to make this a public display, so you
Should hurry before he gets drunk.
You should get him. He listens to you better than me whenever we disagree.
Yeah. Then he'll start walking off to go find Aldo.
Okay. You find him relatively easily. I'll let Jaaek dictate this scene.
He went exactly where he said he was going. You can see he's probably on his maybe second tankard. He's probably talking to Edric in one of the rooms there.
Oh, by the time you start your second tankard, you're realizing, because like the amount of ale that was there is already kind of like, it's already run dry. Think about how long it's been and whatnot. It had already run dry. By the time you're second, because your first one, you're just so angry you're drinking. By the time you're in the second one, you're realizing the wine that you're drinking, that's kind of watered down. The taste is familiar enough. You realize you think Edric took your wine and had it watered down, and you guys are drinking your wine from your supplies that you had, like, remember you brought your shit back with the horses or whatever, they're like turning down the horses. Your wine is what's watered down and being served to the two of you at the moment.
Aldo probably has like the thing up, and as that clicks, he just locks eyes with Edric. Takes it away. He's like, "Did you steal my wine?"
No. It's all alcohol is brought to the same storage spot when it's okay, yeah.
He looks at him and he's like, "I would have done it too."
Yeah, he chuckles. He wasn't too nervous, but he was like, "I'm not gonna get in trouble with this stupid shit." And then when you, he's like, he chuckles, or whatever it is. He's like, "I made it better though."
You made it last longer. I'll give you that.
And he cheers to that.
Knock on like the inside of the door. Hey, Aldo, you got a second?
Yeah. What's up?
Well, we're done talking to Leon, but we still got to figure some stuff out.
Oh, he's self-righteous, isn't he? I really can't stand talking to Leon.
Well, he's got his moments, but he's headed off for now. It's just me and Koa again.
Yeah, okay. Do you want a drink?
In a little bit. He does look a little disappointed.
He looks at Edric, and he then looks back at you. He's like, "Oh, you want to talk?"
Yeah.
He turns back to Edric and he's like, "I know you watered this down, but don't drink it all on me. I'm not going to be gone too long."
Raises an eyebrow and says, "Oh, I can't talk? All right."
You'd get bored.
He just shrugs and he goes, "All right, ladies, let me give you the table." And he stands up instead of Aldo having to get up, and he'll even pull out the chair like a big,
we were in a
gesture.
private place already. I thought they were coming to us because we were in a private place talking to Leon.
I was going to bring Aldo, but if he's clearing out.
Well, yeah, you can do whatever you want. This is just Edric being an ass. So has the chair set up for Mikhail to sit down.
And then he'll wait till he does all that to go, "Oh, we've already got a spot, thanks though."
He just kind of frowns and then shrugs and then flops back down and points to Aldo's mug and says, "You finishing that?"
Oh, in one, he just picks it up. He goes bang, slams it down the table. He says, "I'll be back."
You guys can walk.
We
out.
all knew the answer to that question. He's walking off.
Cool. And you guys
That was Edric's fault that happened.
Yeah. Luckily, it's
Right.
watered down, so it was only one drink that he's had so far, even though we drank two.
Okay.
All right, cool. You guys can head
We'll
back
go
in.
back to the room. Okay. Door closed. Let's say, so did you have your own idea of what to do with these guys, Aldo? Before we start getting in our own?
Oh, we're still on that, are we?
Yeah.
I'm having no part in if you're trying to recruit them. I think that's a terrible idea. I don't like them. I don't want them around. Yeah.
Okay, so what are the alternatives though? You think we should march them back to Hog Gwen?
Would they just, rearm them, give them more gold? I suppose if we want to farm gold.
Yeah. And information will get out.
Yeah. I don't have the highest opinion of them, to be honest.
Of course not. Even Wu, even though I think he genuinely didn't realize what he'd gotten himself into. He still bought onto that job.
Oh, he was down to kill him. Remember that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we're kind of stuck between two tough choices, though. You know what I mean? Recruiting them does have its benefits. I mean, you're not going to want to see their faces around, but they can be helpful. Some of them. The others, it really seems like we're just going to have to take them back and make it clear that we took care of the problem. I don't particularly like any of it, to be honest with you. I don't like sending the message that he can send anyone he wants. I'd rather him realize he can only send people he doesn't want back.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't know though. Are we walking to where Koa is? Or are you like, have we had?
It's probably like as we're like walking in. If you stop him, he'll wait.
Yeah, just wait to meet up with Koa. Yes.
But yeah, we'll just walk in.
Yeah.
I'll just kind of like be standing there waiting for y'all.
Now close that door.
Leon made a good point when you weren't here, Aldo, and I thought I would share it with you. I don't expect us to agree on everything, and I value your opinion as well as I hope you value mine. And I think that in discussing things here, we're going to come to terms, which is fine. But while we're here, if one of us disagrees with the others, we should be careful about how we react to it. If morale here is shaky at best, these people depend on us and how we act and react to things. I think we always need to have an air of being in control and confident, happy, and whatever have you. Not that you were doing anything wrong by leaving, I'm just saying in general. I think that is important because if we look fractured, then it's going to not look well upon those looking up to us.
Yeah, well, I do agree to an extent, right? And if a decision is reached, it's reached. I can fall in line, but I can also, like I said, I want no part in recruiting them. If that is something you decide to do, I'll put on a smile, but you can do that yourself.
What would you propose in turn?
You know what? I don't really know. Keep them here. I don't know.
Keep them here in the cells, and then they just have to be fed.
Yeah, I mean, we could throw them in the crack. What do you think of that?
I don't think you'd actually agree to do that.
You didn't want to kill them whenever they were threatening our lives, Aldo, much less now that they're...
Oh, well, it's just all decisions are shitty, right? I mean, I'm not going to... I don't think we should hand them over to Hod Gwen because, like I was saying to Mikhail, just be re-equipped, sent out again. This time, they definitely know who they're looking for, right? Not just they think they know, even though I think they knew.
They
right?
witnessed us demolish them today. I'm not sure they'd be so eager to agree.
I don't know, maybe Full Gold might change their mind, right?
Yeah, it means the people that come back will be more determined, which is bad for us.
That's going to be the case anyway. Once we step foot into Hot Gwen, Beltran and Wint will know exactly what happened, and that's going to happen anyway.
Perhaps.
We are
So-
mocked, and Beltran is escalating. It went from taking our money to now threatening our lives in 2 different ways we could come back. He is clearly escalating.
There is technically the option that, yes, we could leave them imprisoned here. It
Is it an
does
option?
mean we have to continue to supply the place, though. That
We
would
have to
be
do that already.
I mean, it would be a more consistent drain. You know? It's
So
not that
what,
it's impossible. It would just be...
They're hired to do a shitty thing, which I agree is shitty. But they get no trial, no nothing. They're just immediately locked away for as long as we deem fit. That's how we want to show these men how we
They
handle things.
tried to kill us.
I
hours
don't
ago.
disagree. But now they become a problem here that fill up cells that may need to be filled by others, who we then have to supply and feed, and they're just kept here indefinitely.
Would you trust them? Walking around here, this place?
Right away? No. But we've trusted... Again, this is just like Casper to me. I don't know how this is that different. Casper was probably also willing to kill if he was willing to sell people, men, women, children. I mean, we don't know how far he would have gone, but he turned and we trusted him. And then he put himself on the line for us. We don't exactly have the luxury of only choosing Hodgwin's finest.
Casper was different.
He was removed from it. He wasn't going and rounding people up himself. He could dissociate from the task.
These men were paid by a god to go out and take care of somebody that they didn't know who it was. Some of them may have had a hunch.
That's even
Eventually.
worse!
To trust the god?
To go and kill somebody you don't even know. Or if I just said, hey, I got like 5 gold here, can you just go kill old mate? He's not a real good, nice guy.
But if I
What are you
put
gonna say to me?
myself in their position, what's the alternative? You say no to the god, and then what? You're the one killed or locked up? If they think it's a criminal, they hope maybe it's just a criminal.
Are they doing it? That's a big assumption there. That refusing to be hired for a job, it means automatic execution.
This is
Not
Beltran
execution,
we're talking about.
But there could be repercussions. I
At the very
agree.
least, they're not being hired for any other jobs. They're being blacklisted or something, so to speak.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
can
saying
agree
these
that there
guys-
may have been repercussions, right?
I don't think these guys are the paragons of goodness. But if they agree to join our cause, and Leon agrees that he can keep an eye on them, and if they choose to turn tail and betray us, I think he's prepared for that alternative. No one's
And
going to
he
be
also-
Leon can go shove his finger right up his own ass. All right. I really don't. I'm not fond of Leon.
Right, but you respect his tactical acumen, right?
Yeah, but as a person, no, he can fuck himself.
Well, we're not talking about him as a person. We're talking about his decision making. And he also suggested this buddy system. This, for the ones that we don't trust, basically all of them, they get paired up, actually tied to another person, usually one that can overpower them, as a way to help train them, but also keep tabs on them.
Cool story, but I'm just gonna be blunt, and I'm not real blunt with you guys very often. I am not having any part in recruiting them. I don't think they should, and let me explain to you why. Okay, because this you talk around this the whole time. I have nobody. I have had nobody since I was very young. Do you know who the 2 closest people are to me in the whole of Eroth? You two, and we've been together 8 months. Something like that, right? 6 months? I don't know. I can't remember. So just think about that for a second. The 2 of you are the closest things that I have to care about it all, right? They just tried to kill us. Not only did they try and kill the only 2 people, I mean, I haven't even stuck around people for that long. They tried to kill the only 2 people I care about, and forced me to kill one of them because they nearly killed Dwayne. I'm not having a part of this, and if you don't understand that and respect it, I'm sorry, I don't care.
I do understand and respect it, Aldo, but I need an alternative.
Well,
Keep them here. Feed them. I don't give a fuck.
Wait, Aldo. You don't have to join us in recruiting them. I want to be clear about that. You don't have to go in there and try to convince them, none of that stuff. If you don't have an alternative, I understand that too. It's a tough thing. If you're leaving this to us and you'll just deal with however it turns out, I can accept that.
I do not support the recruiting of them either.
Right.
I don't think it's feasible to keep them here indefinitely as prisoners. I don't think we can...
Probably not indefinitely, right? You got a point there. This has made me reevaluate, right? I think Beltran is going to have to be dealt with. And I think that's going to have to take our focus. Because otherwise, things like this are going to happen more and more and more, and other people are going to be involved here, right?
Aldo, you
So, sorry,
Mikhail,
old ghost guy. We're going to have to put that on the back burner, right? This will have to be dealt with then.
I want you to understand that you and Mikhail are also the two closest people I have. Obviously, I'm engaged to Guinevere, and I would do anything for her, but I don't travel to these keeps and places with her. I don't have to trust her to watch my back whenever things go sideways. That's you two. It's different. I worked with some mercenary groups here and there, right? We would escort a wagon or clear off some wolves or something, but nothing like what the three of us have done. I know it's not been that long, I guess, time-wise. It feels like it has, but ever since we met each other in Leshev and went off into the woods, things have gotten insane. I think we can all agree that. None of us expected to be on the path that we're currently on.
True.
So I don't take our friendship, our alliance, our whatever we are lightly. Being part of the Valiant Few is a purpose beyond which I ever expected to have. But it also leads to these moments where we have decisions to make that I just can't make heads or tails of, I can't make sense of, and I don't see a good way out. I cannot execute it, people, whether they've done something or not. I can't execute someone who's not armed and is just sitting there. I can't do it. I can't order it. I can't ask for it. Guinevere's in danger under Beltran's thumb every single day. If he ever finds out who she is to me, sending them back there increases that risk, especially if he finds out what's here. I almost need them to be recruited, Aldo. What else can they do? I don't know. I'm at a loss. Everything is in jeopardy, and Beltran is the problem. But I don't have answers. I can agree with you that in a perfect world, I would love to not have to recruit them. They're awful people who've done awful things and were willing to kill us, and probably would be the first to go kill Guinevere if Beltran asked for it too for 3 gold. But I don't know what my alternatives are. If you don't want to be a part of it, I understand, but I value your opinion. And if I try to sway you, it's not because I don't value your opinion. I just have this need, I guess, this want of us to agree or come to an understanding that we all like, because I want us all to be in unity and allied, and because I do value your opinion. It's important to me that we agree.
Executing them, obviously, I'm not down with, right? I've taken 2 lives in my whole life, and it was because they were directly threatening you guys. Koa, if they turn and just say they killed Mikhail, right? It's just, and I seen that, I would put my crossbow to their head on the ground, and I would execute them. And I don't want to be that person, because when you've had nothing your whole life and you get a glimpse of something, I don't want to become that person. And to me, it's not worth the risk.
I understand, Aldo. You know me. I'm the annoying one who always tries to push for the right thing, right? I don't know why. I've taken a lot more lives than you have. I'm not sure how well you think that sits with me. to know. And I also have my moments of dragging someone clearly hurt across the ground, or shoving an old counselor against a wall, beheading a man in the street. I still remember them all too. And I don't know what would happen if I watched one of you get killed, or Guinevere get killed, or even Edric, or any of the men here. And I don't know. I do have a fire inside of me that's hard to control at times. It blinds me, but I still want to try to do the right thing. And right now, I don't know that there's a perfect right thing to do. Exile, we have to assume, is the same as us dragging them to Hot Gwen. No matter where we take them, they could find their way back there, because we know Beltran's got people everywhere. Keeping them locked up is an extra burden on the people here. And we need them to be as good and ready as they can be. And then, what are we if we're just indefinitely locking people up? I agree with you, I know what they've done. But to not have any kind of process, just because we know best, I don't want to be that kind of person either.
Do you want to have like some type of trial for them? Because this is how it's going to go. Did you take money to kill people? Yes, we did. What's the punishment for that? Do you know what I mean? Because that's what they did. You know what I mean? They've admitted as much.
We don't even... What is this? This place isn't a city. We don't have that kind of thing set up. I agree with you. I know that's what happened. But some of them might truly have believed they were just doing a duty for the city. Now, is killing people just flat out wrong? Yes. But...
Koa, deep down inside, you know that's not the case. They didn't think they were helping out the city. They were helping
some of them, I believe
pocket.
that, but some of them could have.
They justified it. And for that, I can't fault them. That's what Casper did with his work, that he's turned over a new leaf about. But they even if they knew, they told themselves that no, this is for a good cause. It's to clean up the city. It's to protect people. It's what people do.
Just one of them turns out to be a Dwayne or a Casper or someone that was thrust into our life. Not that Dwayne was ever a criminal, but Dwayne was definitely someone we weren't fond of having with us because we thought he was just Curve Rock's appointee. What if one of them just proves to be a valuable asset? One of them truly decides to turn a new leaf.
If you give me a second, you'll see I'm not disagreeing with you, Koa.
I know you're not.
We give them a reason not to have to justify their actions.
It's a shitty situation, and I don't want Aldo to hate me for making a shitty decision, that's all.
You know what, being part of a group, though, like the three of us, right? We do disagree at times. And I appreciate what you're trying to do. And I appreciate the decision you have in front of you. But I do not forgive them. And I don't know that I will. I need you to understand that is my stance on the situation. However, if you and Mikhail think recruiting them is, plausible, then like I said, I will put a smile on my face and I will pretend it's good with all of us.
Yeah. I just don't think we have any good alternatives.
Every decision I'm forced to make when it involves Beltran puts everyone I know, care about, and love in danger, potentially.
What if we took them to Harrod?
And that's a hop, skip, and a jump from Hot Gwen.
Oh.
Beltran would have to raid Harrod to get them back. I don't think they're worth that much to him.
You mean like talk to Jaaek and see if maybe he'll charge them with something?
Yeah, bandits in the woods trying to kill people, right? Surely there's something.
Yeah. There's some wiggle room. There would at least be some kind of process to it, though. I don't think it would last, honestly. But it might make them more trouble than it's worth to deal with for Beltran, even if they do make it back to Hot Gwen.
Or like Leon said, which I know you don't like Leon as a person, but the idea of marching them to Hodgwyn and saying, "Here's your men back. We're not afraid of you."
Yeah, that was my other thought. Was
Just the ones who don't
if they're gonna go
agree-
back, yeah,
We try to convert. You don't have to be a part of it, Aldo. I respect that. We try to convert who we can. Those that we either know are lying or refuse. Harad, Hodgwyn, either way. We have to assume they'll eventually get back to Hodgwyn, and whatever knowledge they have, they'll share. Either someone in Herod will get to them, or someone in Hodgwyn will. We just have to make the assumption that Beltran will find out. Which does put us on a timer and makes Beltran a problem. Not that he already wasn't, but
yes, it does.
every moment we talk about this, my chest starts hurting more and more, just fearing for Gwenvere and everyone else in Hodgwyn that any moment Beltran might raid them and start torturing and murdering them.
I know the moment's passed, but you know I care about both of you greatly, don't you?
I do, Mikhail.
If this decision results in either of you being hurt, maybe not even killed, maybe just hurt, I have a lot of ideas I know a lot of people wouldn't agree with, and I would be much harder to convince otherwise that they needed to be done. I would not have spared those men.
I want to be clear, I don't want either one of you to kill or torture someone because of anger from my death. If you learn anything from your time with me, it's that I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, or I try to give a just punishment or a chance at justness. I don't want that. I can't say I'm always innocent of not thinking those thoughts. I can't even say in the heat of the moment I might not do the same, but I don't want that. I don't want that to be me. I don't want that to be us. Look at how terrible we sit here and bitch and moan about how corrupt and horrible everything is, and then push comes to shove, we became the same awful animals. Then what better are we? I would like to.
Oh,
do
you
something
are
better.
I mean this. You're one of a kind. And the things that I've seen you do and the way you feel, I admire that. But I don't think that I could hold up under the same pressure. And I don't want to be put to that test.
You've changed drastically since I first met you, Aldo, and I think that you could. I hope we're never put under the test or put to the test. But I believe in both of you. And I think, feelings aside, once you get control of your rationale, and maybe even in your instinct, you two have a feeling for what the right thing is. You're capable of doing it, and I think you will. I trust that. I think we say things and feel things and have our reactions, but I trust the both of you. I'm learning who I am along this path, too. I never considered half of this shit a year ago. But now, everything has changed. The fate of Adir, the fate of Guinevere, the fate of all these people here, the fate of my friends. So much rests on me swinging a sword or a club or a whatever. Or trying to figure out the right thing to do all the time. It's a lot of pressure, honestly. A lot of pressure.
It is. I cherish the trust you have in me. I really wish I could have it in myself.
Let's hope the
I
moment
would
never
not have
comes where you
spared that
to.
man. You saw it. I wouldn't have spared that man if you weren't there.
Maybe not
I would
today,
not have
but maybe
used
next
those
time.
supplies on him. I didn't learn medicine. I didn't go study at the hospital to treat our enemies, to treat people who try to murder us. I would never have used those skills on them.
I
If
didn't
I
try to
didn't
spare
want it
the man
on-
that killed Phil. I didn't even try just to tackle him or take him down or capture him. I knew that we could get extra money per head. I didn't hesitate to go right for him. I knew what he'd done to Phil. That was however many months ago now. I'd like to think today if I had that same fight, perhaps I would approach it differently.
Maybe you
We're
would.
capable of growing, all of us. And we have. I'm not perfect. You guys always look to me. I'm the moral compass here, right? You all look to me and you expect my judgment or me to look down upon you. I'm just as guilty, if not more. I killed a man out of vengeance. You regret
God,
both
we
your
never-
kills, Aldo, and both of your kills were necessary. Mine was out of hatred.
We
And
never
yet-
said you were perfect.
Yeah, you're just the
You thought-
loudest.
You thought
Yeah,
so.
maybe Gwen says that,
One of
but
you-
that you're never going to hear that from us.
I
No.
can tell by the way you guys look that you think that I probably am. I understand.
Yeah.
I appreciate you talking me down now, but I believe that you guys think better than that.
You got to stop looking at him, Aldo. He's starting to get, he's starting to see something.
You understand my
Yeah.
fucking point, right? I've made mistakes too, but I'm trying to grow. I just ask that we try to do our best. That's all.
I don't respect you because you're supposedly perfect, Koa. It's because I know that you're not, and you do what you do in spite of that. So we have
It's
to
a
go
good thing there's
recruit
three
these
of us,
bastards. Yeah, thank goodness.
I couldn't deal with a fourth one of you.
You know,
Plus, the name wouldn't work. The Valiant Quartet? Is that four?
I mean, few just means like a small number. It kind of, it's fluid. It works if we end up having others or if people want to feel like they're part of it, but they're not.
I thought a few was three.
It can be.
But whatever. We keep getting on semantics here. You all, fuck you both, first of all. Second of all, I would put myself on the line for you any day of the week. And I know you do the same for me. So,
well, why don't you put yourself on the line tonight and come drink with us properly?
It's about time. I'm tired of talking.
I suppose I could, but we still have to be good enough tomorrow to,
Oh, you'll be
Well-
fine. Edric's watered down all the wine, so
Yeah. Plus, we worked through those crazy headaches we got from the thingamajig. We can work through others. Hangover's nothing.
I don't want to experience either one again after that day. That was 48 hours of my head pounding, my arm. Oh. Oh, God. I'm remembering every feeling I felt. I had to swung my sword 1,000 times. Maybe more. That might be underselling it.
Yeah. Well, at least here there's a bed somewhere for you, I think. Someone else has slept in it, but it's still a bed.
It was freezing outside. I slept in a cart, so I think anywhere's better than that. Probably. Well, no, I would do.
Oh,
that.
you actually slept. He's like opening the door to leave.
mm.
The drinks then.
Leon's not invited.
Would he even be like drunk?
We saw he was pretty drunk at Jim Smith's place the one night.
Sure, yeah. I thought he was just like right on the line,
I think that's what he's like drunk.
He's just always right there.
I think yeah. I think that's like. I think he has a good amount of self-control.
Yeah. Napped is more adequate than slept.
I had
I don't think
time.
anything.
Oh, go ahead, wait.
Go ahead. I said I don't know if we have anything else we need to talk about tonight. It's probably just drinking,
No.
relaxing a bit, and then tomorrow.
Yeah.
I had time to look up. You guys chatted for long enough. Thank you. I had time to look up the rules for how it is that you would pay for maintaining armies or whatever. So
Mhm.
I'll keep this light and quick for you. Armies are paid for by something called consumption. Consumption is paid for with a specific commodity, food. You buy commodities with RP, aka resource points. The way you get RP when you own a kingdom is there's a pool of dice that you roll every round. Round is a month. If you don't have, or if you want to enhance that pool, whatever it is, there's something called investing. your into it. Investing is based off of the kingdom level. If you actually look at this sheet right here, I'm going to share inside of Twitch chat in case any Twitch viewers that are on like a PC want to follow this. This is party treasure by level for Pathfinder 2e, like the suggestion. Your kingdom level is 1 through 20, which it will be. It's not epic 6th. It is 1 through 20. If you look under the last column, it says currency per additional PC. That's the amount of gold that you must invest to.
Where's this at?
Twitch chat.
Oh.
This amount of gold that
Oh.
you must invest to try to gain additional RP. So more or less, you would invest 10 gold pieces is like one investment. You invest 10 gold pieces and you make a check. If you fail, you get to roll 1d4. If you succeed, you get to roll 2d4. If you critically succeed, you get to roll 4d4. And I don't remember what happens if you critically fail. Cool. So that's how you get RP, either additional when you have a kingdom, or in this scenario, where you guys don't have a kingdom, you're kind of trying to get RP resources. You're investing with 0 dice that you roll monthly, but a chance to get some dice. You can then take your RP and you can turn around and try to spend that to turn it into food, which is, again, you make a check and that tells you how much the food costs or how much food you get based off what you invested into it. It's not super easy. But let's say, for instance, you invested 20 gold and your check succeeds. You would get 4 dice to roll, and then you would turn around and take that RP and you would invest that and turn it into food. And then however much food you had, let's say at the end of all this shit, you have 5 food. That's 5 months worth of supplies to maintain a level 1 army. What does a level 1 army mean? What does a leveled army mean? Your army level equals your kingdom level. It's an abstract, that's a hard number with an abstract result. So like how big an army is for a level 1 kingdom versus a level 5 kingdom is that much. Double thumbs up difference. It's abstract. It's meant to just make sense for that size of a kingdom based off of how it is that you're narrating the system, right? So if you assume, like, if your air quotes kingdom, because it doesn't really exist right now, is level 1, is the base rules that you're using for it, it's going to be much smaller than, say, an army for a Hodgwen fighting against you, which is, I think, like a level 8 nation or whatever it is. If they had a properly built army, you can level down your armies. It doesn't matter. So you get the idea. So when you talk about how much does it cost to take care of them, if you guys took 20 gold, it's 2 dice checks to try to get it done. Those dice results are not done by PCs, they're done by kingdom skills. You guys don't currently have kingdom skills, so it actually makes it harder to pull off. And I can tell you what the DCs are and how you'd roll against it, so you can kind of like figure that out. But all of those things can be done, because you could just straight up say, let's say at the end of it, I know you had a whole RP, and I listened to a good 3/4 of it. But let's pretend at the end of it, your decision was, we're keeping them locked up, I just want supplies. Cool. Well, then let's look at the math for how much supplies you have to spare and how that works out for you. Never mind, we're going to do these other things. Still, how do you afford or maintain that? This is how we resolve that. And it starts to get you familiar with the dice rolls for kingdom building early on, which is nice. Cool. So I will handle that as you guys approach Hodgwen, because you actually can't invest into a kingdom or try to get kingdom things unless you're working within a kingdom that has a bank. I know. Hear me out. I'm not saying you have to work at the bank specifically. It's just the rules, but we're going to not have you walk into the bank. You have to invest into the kingdom that has the bank. A town that has a bank. And then you can invest through that into all the other transactional blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. So, all right. That was, sorry, I know it was a long kind of, but I wanted to kind of explain that out. That's the narrow and skinny of it. Back to the actual game. Your characters finish your conversation, you had a couple of drinks, eventually you go to bed, and you'll wake up in the morning either more solidified in the decision you made, or maybe a bit more pulled back from it. But one of the things I do know is this: Koa wakes up early, not because he can't sleep because of like discomfort, not because he can't sleep because of the conversation that was had last night. He can't sleep because every conversation he's had about all of these things and every step he's taking getting him closer to Hodgwen, and the longer time he spends away from Hodgwen, he's kind of hating himself for investing so much time in allowing Mikhail to research fucking books while he was doing nothing of importance. What, making a chest? You know, in Forvin, in Leshev, He could have been in Hodgwen waiting for them this whole time. What if, Gwen actually is in harm's way? He wakes up early and has to go for a hard run early on. He has to do his exercise just to try to take his mind off of it, but he can't. It is starting to eat away at him. And so, unfortunately, that might have an effect on who he is today. But when your characters finally get up, hungover or otherwise, when your characters finally get up, Koa's already had a day, and that's, obviously, like, as you guys are kind of like making your way about, you'd also hear, hey, that other prisoner woke up. Is kind of like word you get from Ejirk or otherwise. Ain't nobody talked to him yet, but he woke.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. I guess that's good. Kind of pushes things along.
Yes.
Hope that hammer wound hurts.
Yeah. Yes.
Anyway, I guess we should go do our convincing now. Do you have any thoughts on how to approach it? I mean, I have my own, but it seems like you've been up for a little bit.
Carefully. Obviously, we want to present this group as welcoming, helping one another, and on the right side of things. And I don't know, perhaps we could warn them about the possible consequences of failure from the people in Hodgwen. Maybe they don't take so kind to us, marching them in and showing off that we dispatched them. If they've truly heard of our exploits and they believe in anything that we've said or done and think that maybe we're good and they want to be good, then perhaps they join our side. And if not, then I guess they can go see how things are back there.
Yeah. Yep. I did have another thought. It's probably not worth it, but do you think we could convince them that returning to Hodgwen is not in their best interest?
It might not be. We don't know how Wind or Beltran will handle them failing to kill us.
Right. There's a bit of truth to it. I mean, we'd have to embellish it some. We would. I mean, Aldo might be okay with that, but I don't really want to put this back on his plate at this point.
Right.
Maybe an angle to pivot to if they're not amenable to our initial attempt.
Well, let's hope most of them are, and if not, then I guess we'll figure it out. But I'm assuming that the positives of joining us versus the potential consequences of failing an evil person will hopefully be enough, especially if we offer to help bring people out here, especially if they can help contribute in some way.
Yeah. Well, I guess we start with talking to the bugbear anyway.
Should we get information from him separately before we talk to them all as a group? Or do you think we just talk to him in front of everybody?
Oh, maybe
I don't know if
isolate
it
him
matters.
first. I mean, for not trying to recruit him, just for getting information that could be helpful. I could see him being concerned that if he shares a bunch, around these people that he's maybe hoping will be freed at some point. He doesn't want them to know he's, told us things. I could see that being the case. We might want to isolate him first.
Let's isolate him, get what we can, and then we'll return him to the group before we make our pitch.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to go. I'll go check if Aldo wants to be part of that. And then break off.
Right, yeah. Right.
He's usually really good at this stuff. Well, run off to find Aldo, see if he's awake.
He is. He's probably worse for wear, but what do you want him with you for like the interrogation?
Yeah, just the interrogating of the bugbear.
Yeah, all right. He'll join you.
Cool. All right, I bring Aldo back.
Aldo is resurrected.
He's just hovering next to me.
Just Chris Angeling. Like,
Don't tell him he's floating. It might stop. It might break the spell.
I am the elder. Cool. Anyways,
Yeah, we're gonna interrogate the bugbear.
Cool.
Yeah.
So when you guys go to, because you're gonna speak to him in front of the others, or
No,
remove him.
we're gonna speak to him privately.
Okay, so as a
Yeah.
reminder of that map, I'm not going to drop you in on that map. There was more or less a cell. So there was a barred room that, like, when you open up the bars and you went into the room, it kind of like stretched in front of you and to the left, and that's where like all of the seats were with the chains, and where there was actually like a crucifix that somebody could be chained to. That was like set up there, and that's where you saw the person, Captain Tor was individually killing them in front of Koa. And then to your right hand side, there was a second set of bars. So after you went into the first set of bars, there's bars to the right hand side, and that's where people were more loosely kept, because they were like, you know, you were able to have them. Well, there are in two sets of bars. Who cares if they're more loosely kept, because it'd be near impossible to break out. So similar scenario here, where you actually have, because of who's been identified as the air quotes leaders, the regular people have been out in like the seating spot where they've been able to kind of like filter about, and that's where you'll find, you know, Woburn and the others. But then in the cell side to the right is going to be where you find the three leaders, because I believe you did not kill the leader of the first group either, right? So
Right. Yeah.
Correct.
so the three of them, so you have 5 in the primary room. In the secondary back room, you have the 3 others together, and that's where you'll find the bugbear. So you have to go through where the first 5 are, but they're not going to act against you. Y'all armored and armed, and there's a bunch of people there around. They're not about to and then start slapping you, you know. So you walk in.
You know,
How much
you
do I
look
heal overnight at level 3?
You heal 3 health points overnight.
Okay, just per. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Yeah.
they would have tended to the bugbear, so he would have healed double. Like, so he could have gotten the air quotes long-term care. They would have checked on him a couple times throughout the evening. So he would have healed double, which is the reason why he's able to wake up. You know, for the morning. So he's pretty fucked up. You can imagine he has 1 or 2 health points, kind of a thing. But he's you can see he's up. He's sitting in the chair, like over in one of the things. But as soon as like the gate opens up, it's a clang, clang, click, and then the first gate opens. He, you know, steadies himself and pushes himself off of the seat. So as you guys are walking through that first gate, and then able to kind of like come into view of him and him into you, you see him walking over towards the bars. And as you guys are coming up to the bars, are going to say your first word, he's going to like hang his grab the bars overhead and hang his hands. As a reminder for bugbears, they're not just tall. I already said that while he's hunched and kind of like crooked-legged, he comes off as being about Koa's height. He's got a solid half foot on Koa. Beyond that, bugbears actually have longer arms to body ratio than most other humanoid creatures. So if they were to stand fully up straight, their hands are actually down closer to their knees than an average person, more like an orangutan. So they're actually like pretty big, you know, people. So when I say he hangs his arms, he can reach up and grab the top of the bars, and his elbows are slack. You know what I mean? Because of how big his arms are and how tall he is. And this is not an unusual thing to do. You guys can almost immediately see it's coming off as like imposing, but you already whipped his ass, so it's more of like instinct than anything else. Anyway, so you come around the corner and you see this, and he's kind of like leaning there and watching you guys. He still has no, you know, shirt on or whatever, because you took the leather top off so you can wrap the bandaging on him. I'll let you guys kick it off.
Morning. So we already know who hired you.
Are you pulling him out of here to bring him to talk elsewhere? Because you have the other 7
Yeah.
on you.
I'm introing a little bit
Okay,
because
cool.
none of this is secrets. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure the scene was set correctly in your mind. Continue. Sir.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. We're not going to have our full interrogation here. Just say, we already know who hired you. We're not going to say much else of what we already know. I'm going to give you a chance to maybe clear your guilt a bit here. Because as far as we know, you're just a bunch of people who were hired to kill us. Hoping you can change your mind a bit about those circumstances. I don't know. I'm assuming there's people with us who have keys and whatnot.
Yeah, or they'll just give them to you. Yeah, be able to open the door.
Like,
All right,
look to Koa,
so,
make sure he's ready.
Let's go have a chat, shall we?
Is it gonna be a problem? Do we need to manacle you, or are you gonna behave?
He doesn't respond. He's just looking at you.
Oh, don't worry, he'll behave.
Is he?
Feels like an intimidate.
It kind of is, right?
I mean, after what I did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Oh, did you roll? I even hear the bloop.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's a really high roll. His arms will
Everyone in the
drop
area,
down,
please.
and he'll come over and he'll come out with you.
Where are we leading? What's the room that we would interrogate? Like the interrogation torture room?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's that room that used to be the torture room.
That room was never cleared out because they was never asked for it to be cleared out, if you will. But you guys are welcome to say, "Hey, can we have said that was like cleared out because we don't actually want a torture room hanging out."
We definitely don't want to torture. Didn't we already go through the stuff in there though?
Yeah, I thought it would be cleared out, so we probably
I
would
did
have
too.
said so.
No, they kind of like left the shit there, even though nobody's using it. If you properly would have cleared that out, that's fine. The table would still be in there, you know what I mean, and the shelves are in there. But
I just figured they would need the space for something, sleeping or something else.
Right, yeah.
it had been left. It had not been repurposed yet. So, but that's fine.
Okay.
But we can say that it was repurposed if that's the vibe that you would have given off. So that's fine. Because
We
obviously
definitely
don't
wouldn't
I
keep a
think so.
torture room.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have kept it a torture room.
That is not the vibe we want to give for the new recruits. It's like, by the way, we have this room just in case.
Yeah.
case
We
you
wanted
misheard.
it that way for one like person that we brought in there, but other than that, no.
Yeah, don't worry. You're not that person. Or are you? Anyways,
you're into
cool. So you bring him to that room as like your interrogation room, which still has the table with the straps built into it, you know? But
Yeah.
otherwise, you're good.
So we'll walk him in there.
Doesn't say anything.
I have a seat. I'm sure that not too comfortable standing like that. So I'm not going to strap you in or anything, but make yourself comfortable.
He doesn't sit. He just stands and crosses his, massive arms.
That has to hurt. I don't say that, but I think it.
Loosely.
As I will say, you do speak Perrin, right?
Do you say more than grunts, or are you just trying to be tough?
He says, yes.
Great. Well, we're off to a great start, but I think given the circumstances, it's best for you to chat with us. We didn't kill you, and we tried not to kill any of the men. Unfortunately, one was killed in the first ambush, as we weren't really prepared for it, but unlike what your guys' plan was for us, we kept you alive.
So was it just for coin?
It's a job.
So it was just for coin. No other favors getting done for this whole thing?
You can see he's like, kind of like chewing on the question. And then he says, it's a job.
Aldo is here at this point, right? Like
Yeah.
you were.
Yeah, he would have been with me when I came up.
Well, we want to know more about your employer, so perhaps you'll tell us about him.
Sorry, putting the voice on there a little bit more. He does say, "What? When?"
What?
He's like a baby spitting up his apples.
What?
My throat's a little dry, so that didn't work out so well.
It was made worse by all the like preamble of like, oh,
Yeah,
let me actually get this right, you know?
Test. Nope. Too much.
Oh.
Is that better? Is that better?
Too much test, eh?
Is that better? All right.
Got that TRT voice.
Went.
We
That
know
one.
that much.
Yeah.
But what do you know about Went? What do you know about why he would hire you to kill us? I mean, I'm sure our reputations precede us. You know who we are and what we've done. So why would Went want us dead?
He was paid to.
Went was paid to. Huh.
How do you know that?
He's a guard.
Sure, but even guards can have their own motivations, so why are you so sure he was paid? Who paid him?
You think a guard has...
And you can see he's like really thinking for a second, because he's obviously not like super smart, but he's not an idiot.
about 18 gold on him?
No, I do not, but I want to know what you know.
Someone paid Went.
Who do you think that is?
He shrugs. You can sense motive.
Yeah. Oh.
One more. Oh, so you know, it's Aldo kind of like hanging back, doesn't, you know, this is the part that he's actually interested in, because, you know, it's the interrogation as opposed to the conversion. You think that, you know, he's holding back, like he has assumptions, but it's not that he's holding back out of loyalty. You think it's more he's holding back out of understanding the consequences of saying the wrong thing. But then again, it's also this person's, like you were told earlier in a conversation earlier this session, he doesn't talk much. You know what I mean? So like the fact that he's even speaking this much is because you guys are drawing it out of him. Wade rolled a 24 and intimidate, so on and so forth, right? So he is talking. So it's probably his ground zero is guarded response for most things. And then on top of that, if he truly believes this is Beltran or somebody else of significance, saying that could be the problem that makes his own life more difficult than being captured by people who are understood to be heroes would be for his life, right? Like, so you already said, oh, sorry, we killed somebody that was here. Oops, that was an accident. But you better tell us what, or we're going to kill you. Like, it doesn't play the same. So he's being a bit guarded, and Aldo picks that up. Going to Koa, in his sense, Koa, you can tell that he is, you know, biting his tongue, but you don't really get a hunch as to why. You just can tell that he's holding back information. Mikhail's getting frustrated because, like, at least the other people are like trying to be conniving or trying to like either intimidate or manipulate or whatever it is. This person's like lack of responses is kind of really just frustrating in this situation. So he's like a bit thrown off by it. Maybe he had his own rough night, whatever's going through his head. I want to put stuff into on Mikhail, but he's getting a bit, you know, frustrated by the lack of response. But continue.
Aldo might say something. He's gonna try and speak in Glyn, and just see if the guy understands him.
What do you say?
He says in Glyn, he says, "You've got your suspicions."
He just nods or gives like a grunt.
So he doesn't understand. And Aldo says, "You know what happened to the last people who failed? Well, when they got back, they weren't heard from no more.
I want Mikhail to be pretending he doesn't understand Glenn.
Okay.
I don't want him to show on his
I
face that
want
he
Koa
understands.
to also pretend.
For those in chat, Tal was the original language of the mole. Glyn is the bastardized current language that a lot of like bugbears and hobgoblins and whatnot speak. And then Perrin is the other child language that is the most prolific one in the continent, or one of the most prolific in the continent. Back to you guys. So the so you say that. I was gonna have you make a roll, but I don't think you need to. So he just grunts. So you know.
Aldo will switch back to Perrin and he says, so what's stopping you?
He doesn't say anything.
Aldo turns to the other two. And he says, he knows he's a dead man if he goes back to Hod Gwen. So I don't understand the reluctance.
So it's bad if you go back. Is it the same for the others? I'm assuming that's an affirmative. Not a.
So if that's the case, if you're already marked for death, then why not share with us? Ally with us a bit. We've already treated you better than they're going to. It was us you were hired to kill.
Exactly.
So, I am also with Aldo here. I don't fully understand why bother holding back if they're already going to kill you if you go back. Well,
And
you see what we're capable of. Perhaps we can help.
and we've already not killed you.
You bringing me back?
To Hod Gwen? I mean, I guess you give us no choice. But doesn't sound like that'd be favorable for you.
We didn't need to keep all 8 of you alive to get some information. We knew you were the one in charge here, and we know who's in charge of the other group. We kept you all alive this far. Do you think our intention is then to what? Murder you one by one in front of each other? Again, you know our reputation. We are not cold-blooded killers.
Then you won't bring me back.
Well, we've got to do something with you. And our options are relatively limited as to where to go from here. We were close to Hodgwin when we found you. What do you expect us to do with you?
Cell was comfy.
Unfortunately, you can't stay there forever.
Aldo puts his hand on his chest